Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no, it's good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for joining us. Please be seated. And thank you very much for coming out. And I trust while you've been waiting, you've seen our acknowledgement to our friends and neighbors in the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh and Musqueam and the respect we have for them. I'll call the meeting to order and ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
All in favor, contrary carried. Thanks very much. So we'll go to item 3. The purpose of today's meeting is in response to a letter we received from the Minister of Housing in Victoria. And we feel that we need to have a public discussion of this and formulate a response. Mr. Bailey, do you want to lead us, or Mr. Hawkins?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'll provide, I guess, some introductory comments. We don't have a presentation, but just for members of the public, on June the 18th, Mayor Sager and Council received a letter from the minister. And it essentially asked, the letter basically from the minister said that it urged us to comply with Bill 25. Previously, staff had brought a proposed working approach to council to set a path forward to comply with Bill 25, and council did not direct us to proceed with working on that bylaw. So again, very recently, we received this letter from the minister asking us to comply. The letter goes on to say that any local government that does not comply with the requirements by June 30th may be subject to a ministerial order to override its zoning bylaw. So council is in receipt of that. I think that the intention here was for council to have a discussion about what to do about that. If council directed us to proceed with bylaws, staff could do so. We have a working approach established. We could very quickly, and I'll put pressure on my great colleague here, Mr. Hawkins, to very expeditiously bring bylaws forward. We could bring those bylaws forward for July the 20th for your consideration. On July 20th, because there's no public hearing required, you'd be setting a date to consider first, second, and third reading of a future zoning bylaw. That would likely be sometime in September. At least that's what we would recommend. And you could make a decision on what we would call a made in West Vancouver approach to a response to those ministerial requirements for Bill 25.
Very good. Thank you. I have talked to some of my colleagues around Metro. The letter that we received is identical to letters received in other communities. And I've tried to gauge how other communities are responding. And it's a little bit all over the map. So we need to come up with our own West Vancouver response. And I should just note, Councillor Cassidy apologizes. She's caught in traffic and hopes to be here soon. Councillor Snyder.
Is there a way that we could pull up that letter so that everybody has an opportunity to take a look at it? Because I know it's not a very long letter. It shouldn't take too long. Is there any way that we could pull that up to everybody has an opportunity to see it?
I think so. Can you, you're going to put it up on screen? I did read it out last night in full, but for the people here tonight, it might be good to have it again. Councillor Watt.
While he's pulling it up, Jim, could you explain, Mr. Bailey, could you explain, please, what the Made in Vancouver approach
West
would be?
Made
For
in
West, yeah,
Vancouver.
Made in West Van, sorry.
Sure. So through the mayor to Councillor Watt, and maybe Mr. Hawkins could help me out with some of the details if needed. Essentially on March 30th, we came forward with a proposed approach. We call it a working approach to small scale multi-housing, the legislation. It didn't automatically adopt the provincial standards in terms of site coverage, parking requirements, floor space ratio, those types of things. Instead, it looked at, a more reasonable approach to meeting the 4 and 6 unit requirements for various lots, but with what I would call sort of modest increases to density. The reason that they're modest is we want to ensure that there's financial viability for those uses, which is part of the provincial requirement to make sure that there will be uptake in those things. But it also looked at the unique characteristics of our neighborhoods, of our lots, and came forward with an approach, a zoning approach that we felt would be better suited to, the things like the topography, things like our existing character than what the provincial requirements would otherwise impose.
Thank you.
I think it's fair to say that this is the most fundamental attack on private property that the province has ever seen. It has the potential of fundamentally changing neighborhoods, not just in West Vancouver, but in every corner of our province. I guess the provincial government feels that they have a political mandate to do that. I haven't spoken to another mayor anywhere that is happy with this legislation or that they think it'll work. And that will only be determined at the next provincial election, I suppose. Councillor Snyder.
Mr. Bailey, if you could maybe just for the benefit of the public, I mean, we see the letters, we have a better understanding of how this came about. We were under the impression that the original bill that was initiated excluded or did not include many of the properties in West Vancouver because we already allowed for a single family home, a secondary suite, as well as a coach house. And so we didn't fall within the original parameters. So that's why originally things were not adopted as far as, and we were excluded or certain parts of the maybe our district. Maybe you could just sort of explain, just for the benefit of the public to understand sort of how we got to where we're at.
Sure. So through the mayor, Councillor Snyder is quite right. When the bills were introduced for small scale multi-housing originally, they looked at generally going to a 4 and 6 unit requirement, 4 for if you were sort of away from transit and 6 if you were closer to transit. What the legislation did not, or the legislation created an opportunity for municipalities that already allowed for a coach house, a secondary suite, and a primary dwelling to, if you will, opt out because we'd be compliant with that legislation in the first place. So we, along with a few other municipalities, met the legislative requirements of the small scale multi-housing unit requirement. And so we did not have to, except for I think it was 341 properties. Yeah, was it? 381 properties were the ones that we had to essentially change the zoning for to meet that requirement. I think the province saw that happen, observed that, and then made a decision to change the legislation to say, no. What we actually meant was that it was every property in the municipality that had to be 4 or 6 units. Reintroduced Bill 25, and that's where we're at today. So we came forward with a recommendation to say, like, okay, if this is how you want to do that, on March 30th, we came forward, said, this is how you would comply with Bill 25. Council said, look, we have a number of concerns with this. We don't want to proceed. The minister wrote this letter on June 18th. Essentially, well, basically it says that, they would likely intend, it says compliance is not only a provincial priority to ensure consistent community-wide implementation of small-scale multi-use housing, it's also a legislative requirement. So the implication is if we don't comply, they're going to do an order in council. So now we're back here saying, okay, if you want to do that, we think you should proceed with a made in West Vancouver approach as opposed to having the province come in and write the zoning bylaw for you.
Okay. And I was just noticing based on the map that we've received that suggests the areas that would have to be rezoned for 4 and 6. There's a part of the district that does not fall into that area, and it's just to the west of British properties and north of the highway. Can you explain why that area is different?
Through your worship, Councillor Snyder. I don't have the map in front of me, but essentially the short version is it's roughly 10,400 lots which would be impacted, so over 10,000. The only lots that would be excluded would be because they already allow for some forms of ground-oriented multifamily housing or higher density, things like apartments, or they're not serviced, so things in the upper lands, or the parcel sizes are very, very large, which typically means they're vacant and have never been subdivided. So again, typically in the upper lands areas. But if it's not commercial, it's not existing multifamily, then the short version is it has been impacted by this legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you. Yes. My understanding as well was with Bill 44, they did exclude heritage properties and a few other type fringe properties that weren't necessarily part of Bill 44, but Bill 25 comes in and includes absolutely every parcel of residential land.
Three West, Councillor Thompson. I don't have the Local Government Act in front of me, but I don't believe that the province has changed the way it views heritage between Bill 44 and Bill 25. And to summarise it, it's that unless an individual property has a heritage designation bylaw, so recent council examples would be things like the Vincent House, the Rush House. Other than those, every lot is impacted. It may have heritage merit, for example, but if it hasn't had a specific heritage designation bylaw applied to that lot, then it is impacted by this. And that was, I believe, true for Bill 44. It's just as Mr. Bailey described, there were very few lots, relatively few lots in West Vancouver that did not already allow a house, a basement suite and a coach house.
But my understanding is Bill 44 did protect Lower Caulfield.
Through your worship, that would be because the underlying zoning in Lower Caulfield is some form of RS. Mr. Bailey could correct
correct,
the
yeah.
exact number, but it already allowed for those 3 units on a lot. It has other requirements procedurally to develop, but it was excluded because of the same reason most lots in West Vancouver were excluded, because the underlying zoning did allow for house, principal house, basement suite and coach house.
So now our heritage community would be affected by Bill 25.
Yeah, so to be clear, yeah, Bill 25 would apply to Lower Caulfield.
Were there any other lands added in to Bill 25 that weren't in Bill 44?
Through your worship, no. The material change in legislation which has impacted West Vancouver is that they have now defined the legislation in a way that also includes lots which previously allowed house, principal, basement suite, coach house. That's the material change. There are also additional powers that the minister can monitor. Uptake, for example, can impose more specific site regulations, but the baseline material impact is that it covers over 10,000 lots now versus 381.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gambioli, please.
Yeah, so we don't have your report from March 30th handy, do we? To pop up on here?
I
No.
believe it was attached to the agenda, but
Oh, I just thought it would be helpful to have the map. I'm into maps. I don't know if you can bring it up. But I would say that, you know, my opinion on this is that the working approach that staff outlined 2 months ago, almost 3 months ago, was an excellent report and an excellent approach that we should be taking. And just to be clear, every municipality in BC is covered under this legislation. Every municipality is being asked to do the same thing, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so, you know, I would just say that I don't agree with the mayor's suggestion that this is an attack on private property. I would suggest that it's an opportunity for some private property owners. No one is forcing anyone to increase density, am I right?
That's correct. The bylaw would be enabling, but it doesn't force people to build anything.
It enables people to increase density or the number of units, but doesn't force anybody to do anything. Yeah, what the minister said is that if we don't comply, we may be subject to a ministerial order to override our zoning bylaws, and that's already happened once. So yeah, I would be a bit concerned. And I think that you know, this is being applied equally to every municipality in the province. We're not unique, and we have a need for housing as much or more as any other municipality in the province. So as I said on March 30th, I think we should get going. Here's a map which shows, just to be clear, that I've heard several people who are not sure about the reality of what we're looking at, that 6 units possibly could be enabled in the area which is red on this map. And 4 units on virtually everything else, the sort of the yellow color of this map. So just to be clear, the red is in those areas because it is very close to public transit. Am I correct?
Generally speaking, yeah, it's because it's close to public transit and, you know, it's in our, for example, you can see the area around the Ambleside and around Taylor Way, around our commercial area there.
Right. So the increase in the number of units is related to the distance from the frequent transit network of our bus system, which effectively ends at Thunderave.
And through the mayor, that it is slightly expanded from the provincial requirement. If you recall on March 30th, and this is going back a while, there's a slight revision to provide for, you know, what staff felt would be appropriate mid-block connections. So we weren't splitting lanes, if you recall that conversation. I know it would be more helpful if we could go back in time, but that's sort of the reason. So when you look at the red area, it is a little bit beyond the distance prescribed in the provincial legislation,
Okay.
just for full transparency.
Right, okay. And what's with the 3 units, minimum 3 units required? I can only see one spot, which is way over. Looks like close to the cemetery.
That
Through your
looked like
worship,
the Unitarian Church property.
Really?
through your worship, there, I think it's something like a couple of dozen lots that would be impacted by requiring to move to 3 units. And these are typically just very small lots and don't raise a particular concern from staff's perspective. We would simply expand the existing allowances, if you like, that other lots enjoy. That's less of a technically complex exercise.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. And just to respond, Councillor Gambioli, and you're quite right. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to correct. When I suggest that this is an attack on private property, you're right. The province isn't forcing anyone to do anything. But what has happened from experience, particularly in Burnaby, where some of these homes have been built, is most of us have bought into a neighborhood because we like the streetscape, we like the feel, and all of a sudden somebody comes in who's speculating and has taken a lot and put up a huge box, and it has really destroyed the ambiance, and it's destroyed what people see as their neighborhood. And I think, quite honestly, there is going to be, as more of these are developed, there's a backlash in Burnaby right now. I think the backlash will grow around the province because most of us choose our neighborhoods for a reason. And this is making everyone, this is giving everyone the thought, well, I can speculate now on the value on my property. And that's, I don't think, a great idea. But anyway, hope that clarifies what I was trying to say. And maybe.
To be fair, Burnaby didn't do what we're proposing to do, is my understanding, is that they didn't create this working approach, create their own very careful, made guidelines. So people started putting up large shoeboxes like the next day. And that's what we're trying to avoid. We're trying to avoid the province coming in and just saying, go ahead, 6 units, we don't care about the design. And we're trying to ask our very competent staff to help us to make it the best it can be.
And on that point, Councillor Gambioli, where at Edam, I completely agree. I would far rather have our staff develop the bylaws than some Victoria imposed plan. Councillor Watt, please.
Yeah, thank you. I beg to differ. This is unique, maybe not at a BC level, but I've struggled to find anywhere other than maybe California and Ontario a little bit in our footsteps where they have implemented such sweeping legislation changes. And, you know, I spent a lot of time after we got home at 11 after the meeting last night. This was really gnawing away at me, and I typed out a bunch of notes, and I'm just going to read the thoughts that rolled through my head. British Columbia has become one of the most interventionist jurisdictions in North America on housing policy, and I think that is absolutely a fact. Province has overridden local zoning, mandated density, imposed housing targets, and restricted public hearings. They've transferred significant planning authority from local government straight to Victoria. And whether one supports these measures or not, they represent a fundamental restructuring of how our communities are planned. It's not, the question isn't whether government is intervening. The question is whether those interventions are producing the affordability, infrastructure, and livability outcomes that were promised. So the province points to housing affordability as their justification, but housing prices have softened right across the country. So in provinces that don't have these measures. Yeah, they suggest that broader economic conditions, not provincial mandates, are driving recent price declines. And I find it alarming. The province continues to treat land like it exists in a vacuum. And it's not just about housing, transportation, infrastructure, healthcare, education, public safety, and on the North Shore, emergency evacuations. And I've been in one of those when I was a teenager in Mississauga. I know what that's like, trying to get out in the dead of night when there's a situation. So that cannot be overlooked. So, but they continue to plan separately. It's like they're working in silos in Victoria. And North Shore, we're a narrow wedge of land bound by ocean, mountains, and connected by only 2 bridge crossings. And through there, we've got 7 million people coming in on the ferries, 3 million cars. And you think of the Lionsgate, built in 1938. And since then, the town of Squamish has grown 27.4 times. Worcester has expanded 166 times. So, and when the Ironworkers was built in 1960, there were 800,000 people here. It's grown 3.75 times to 3 million residents. So when you factor all of this in with no infrastructure changes, no transportation infrastructure changes, we are in an absolute chokehold. And I've said that before. So, and then we get to schools, hospitals, and again, evacuation routes. And, you know, and every one of us, we're relying on the same roads, bridges, and emergency services. So when we talk about growth, we don't really discuss what happens when something goes wrong. Wildfire, earthquake, bridge crossing compromised. Again, how do we get out? And these aren't even hypothetical questions. They're fundamental public safety considerations that should form the foundation of any serious growth strategy. I'm almost done. And
Keep going.
So-
This is great.
yeah, no, housing affordability, it's a serious challenge, and more housing is needed for sure. But housing policy cannot be evaluated in isolation from the systems that it supports. At some point, we must stop measuring success by the policies we pass and start measuring by the outcomes we achieve. So are homes becoming more affordable? Is infrastructure keeping pace? Are communities becoming more resilient? Are we safer? And if we can't answer those questions, then it's entirely reasonable to question whether the current approach is working. And that's why I don't support this.
Thanks.
That's a few thoughts at 1 a.m.
There you go. And all good thoughts. And I just have to comment how incredibly appropriate it is that our highly respected former MLA, Ralph Sultan, has joined us this evening. I see he's just arrived, and it's a real honor to see you in the chamber. Thank you for being here tonight. And how we wish you were still there. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Just one question for clarity. The SMU map that you had up, it refers to a minimum 3, 4, and 6 per lot. So the policies that you're working towards, are we having minimum or maximum or qualifying it?
Through the mayor, the zoning bylaw that we would bring forward for council's consideration would establish unit densities consistent with the provincial requirement. So wherever the provincial requirement is 4, then the bylaw would enable 4 units. Wherever it would require 6, it would enable 6 units. It wouldn't require that somebody build those, but it would enable somebody to be able to build those, and that would be consistent with the legislation.
But when it says minimum, it assumes that you would put 3 and maybe more if you could do it.
We wouldn't put more. We would allow somebody to build up to
3.
that
Yeah,
number of units.
That is a little confusing to me. You know, and I have to say that my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you know, this council chose not to encourage you to pursue these policies because you know, we're in a changing market, economy, housing market. You know, just in the 8 years that we've been on council, we've seen dramatic shifts in what the demands and needs are. And it's one of the things I find really interesting is the dialogue of the last few months has been the fact that we've got a glut of empty homes on the market. And I think the most exciting thing that I've heard of late was yesterday or the day before, the federal government and out in Ontario, they're looking at some really innovative ways to actually deal with housing. Federal government wants to go in and actually buy up old or empty properties and create that type of housing opportunities that don't seem to be what the developers have created, right? So when we talk about we need housing, there's housing out there. It's just not the right type, not the right formula. And there's some really creative ways to do this without building more product that we don't need. There was, you know, someone made a really interesting comment about how in all this directive from the government and all this drive from the developers was creating smaller, more affordable units. And what they've come to realize is that is not quality of life. And people and families can't live in properties like that. And this fellow went on to talk about how actually what they should be doing is taking buildings and building 14 units as opposed to 24. And they become more affordable because you're building less kitchens and bathrooms and you're creating a product that people actually want to live in. So, you know, there's a new dialogue emerging that I really think we need to sit down and step back and pay attention to. And I wish the government would. I think they're on a trajectory of trying to do something and complete a narrative that is no longer relevant, quite frankly. You know, yesterday we sat in this chamber it was yesterday, gosh, what a blur. In our finance committee meeting, which started at 1 in the afternoon, you know, we were looking at spending $30 million, over $30 million on pump stations because of densification in our community. That's this year, right? In 1 year, $30 million worth of new infrastructure we have to build for a gentle densification that's happening naturally without these new guidelines going into place. Really heartbreaking to sit in on a debate in one of our most beautiful neighborhoods, Old Caulfield, that, you know, has had a whole amount of effort put into preserving its character. We all know that when you walk into a community that is well designed and thought out for a certain feel, when you start changing that, it's gone. And to think that there's no protection or respect for that type of heritage or value in a community, it's just heartbreaking, actually. You know, I do think the staff with Bill 44 to start with, and then again with their ideology around approaching the SMU Bill 25 deadlines, you're being thoughtful as we can be. I think it's worth seeing what this looks like when you know, to go through the measures to show the province and our residents and our council what we can actually do by thoughtfully approaching these housing models. And I, you know, hope in the meantime, the province just starts really stepping back and thinking about the type of housing we need to put in our provinces, how they're impacting our communities. Hopefully we'll get there together.
Thank you. Councillor Gambioli, please.
So, yeah, Councillor Thompson brings up some good points, and that's a great reminder about the federal announcement, although I haven't read the details. But wouldn't it mean that then if the feds are coming and buying up property and trying to create more housing, that if we had these zoning bylaws in place, then it would be easier for them to be able to do that? It would be pre-zoned for more units, correct?
Well, the short answer through the mayor, the short answer to Councilor Gambioli is that we don't know yet. I mean, that announcement came out, I think, 2 or 3 days ago. Staff have not seen, unless it came out within the last day or two, any of the details around the federal programs. So I feel like I'd be answering without full knowledge if I were to provide a response on that. It's something that we're certainly going to monitor. I think that as the program rolls out, we'll be monitoring that and making sure that, you know, we're taking advantage of whatever opportunities exist there. But again, that was a couple of days ago. And frankly, I don't believe staff have seen anything besides the news release.
Right.
And haven't read any sort of
Yeah.
the technical briefings, haven't seen any technical briefings
Right.
behind that.
But anyway, but
Two different programs, right?
I believe there's a number of programs that
Yeah.
came out that Prime Minister Carney announced with,
Yeah.
with,
And Mr. Carney wants to encourage development, more development by making it more affordable for developers and things like that. And that, we don't have a lot of details, but the
No.
general funds, but the Ontario government is actually going in and buying up these properties and that are sitting there empty.
Okay.
And there's a number of different ones going around and the whole discussion around what do we actually need? What do we have? What do we
Right.
need? What do we do? And I don't believe we need to build more at this point.
But if it's pre-zoned, then at least it would be easier for whoever owns the property to do that. So the other point I wanted to make and ask is, we have been suggesting to the Minister of Housing for a couple years now that there is a type of ability to take existing large homes and subdivide them and stratify them essentially into 3 or 4 units. And of course, that is much better in a sustainability, from a sustainability lens, et cetera, et cetera. It's also much less disruptive to the neighborhood, et cetera. So I wonder if in thinking about this working approach, that could be part of your report, that we could touch on how that might work. Or, could that be put into place? Because I would really like to emphasize that. And if there's going to be a meeting with the minister, if we can re-emphasize that, that seems to me a win-win for very large number of the lots that exist.
Thank you, Councillor Gambielli. I completely agree. And I am asking, or will ask council for the support to take up the minister's invitation to meet and try and highlight. I have, every time I've met with her, talked about the ability to use existing housing stock. We had that example, I think it was at 25th and Mathers, where we had an individual who wanted to stratify a single family house so that she could continue to live there and sell off part of the home. And if we can find legislation that makes that possible, so the neighborhood character doesn't change, and the number of people, all we're really doing is refilling bedrooms that have emptied out because the kids have moved away. So, I think there is real merit in trying that approach. Councillor Watt.
And all of this takes me back to, if the federal government is buying land, we've got big properties sitting empty. We've got fencing around other sites where things haven't been built. Why are we doing this? Why are we not pushing back? There is obviously more housing than being implied. We're being told to build, rezone so we can build more. And yet now the feds are coming in and converting housing back. Like, none of it makes sense.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, and I can really appreciate that question because fundamentally, I think this is a flawed policy. Unfortunately, the government has demonstrated that they don't care and they're going to come in with a much heavier sledgehammer. And I think we owe it to our residents and ourselves to at least understand what we can achieve here. And it's a tough one, we've all spent a lot of time thinking about it and it's a real moral dilemma. You can say, are you political or practical? But the reality is, I don't believe, the majority of us believe it's a good way to go, but the consequences are severe if we don't.
Thank you. And I should say, I do hope to meet with Minister Robertson very soon. I mean, we are family friends and overdue for a visit. So I will try and find out more details about the federal program. I think members of council, I'm of the view that we should direct staff to work on the legislation and bring it forward, but I will leave it to you, someone to make a motion.
Estelle, is there a motion prepared that you could?
I can read the motion.
Sure. So, Mr. Mayor, just so there's a staff motion. If council wishes to direct staff to prepare a zoning bylaw, there's a motion available. I do want to be clear though. So if council passes this motion, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're out of the woods. The date for compliance is June the 30th. So if you pass the motion, then the next step would be is we would communicate that you've directed us to prepare these bylaws. We would communicate that to the minister. The minister, we fully acknowledge that we're not going to meet the June 30th deadline. But the minister may not place us on 30-day notice if she's of the opinion that we're making, demonstrable progress towards meeting the intent of the legislation. So that's what this does. If you're just going to read it out, I can read it out. So is that okay? So,
Well, and I think it's important to note that, we did have some success with the minister, with the Taylor Way
Yep.
plan. The minister agreed to our timeframes, and we are living up to our commitments of how to address that.
And
Yeah.
through the mayor, the minister has also said in her letter that she would be happy to meet with you and discuss the requirements. So I think the door is open to that conversation. But again, it doesn't necessarily guarantee that she won't put us on 30-day notice. But my expectation is that she would work with us to let staff work on a West Vancouver approach that we could bring back to you sometime in July.
Thank you.
Mayor Sager, oh, that's
Sorry.
very loud.
Councillor Lambert, do you want to make the motion as?
The recommendation is that staff be directed to prepare zoning bylaw amendments to comply with provincial small-scale multi-unit housing Bill 25 requirements, consistent with the working approach outlined in Appendix D to the March 11th, 2026 report titled Small-Scale Multi-Unit Housing Legislation Bill 25 Compliance, Direction to Proceed from the Senior Community Planner as presented to Council at its March 30th, 2026 regular meeting.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Thank you. Are there any members of the
There's
public?
two
who
members
wish
of
to
the
speak?
public.
That is moved and seconded, so members of the public now know an approach that council is considering. So yes, please.
Great. The two names on the list are Alexis Chacoin and Ed Pilak.
Alexa, thanks for joining us today. It's great to see you. Thanks very much.
Excuse. Pull up threw some words together earlier today when I realized last night, that very late meeting, that
Can we turn the volume up or move it closer to you?
can't get any closer.
No. Could we just help with the microphone a little bit closer?
Check.
Ah, there we go. That's better.
There we go.
Thank you.
Good early evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Alexis Chacoin and I do live in West Vancouver. There's been a great deal of discussion about Bill 25 and whether it's the right approach for West Vancouver. With the province making it increasingly clear that municipalities are expected to comply, and with the precedent-setting situations where we almost expect it to be implemented, I really do appreciate the proactive approach of Made in West Vancouver. When faced with a new topic, I find it valuable to go digging to learn more. And in this situation, I wanted to learn what works best in other communities, what hasn't, what lessons can be applied. And that's why I wanted to share a few examples I pulled up. Around the world, communities facing housing change have found creative ways to shape outcomes rather than simply react to them. In Portland, for example, housing reforms have been paired with incentives that encourage family-oriented and affordable housing options. So within their multiplexes, they were actually advised to add one of the units had to be for affordable housing. In Singapore, increased density has often been accompanied by strong expectations around landscaping, tree planting, green space, environmental design, including storm drain improvements that needed to happen for those housing. And as mentioned, in California, many communities have responded to state housing mandates, which is similar to BC that's happening, by establishing clear design standards that help ensure new housing fits neighborhood character. And in parts of UK, I think this is really helpful for people, neighborhood pattern books have been used to show residents what well-designed multiplex housing can actually look like, helping people move beyond worst-case assumptions and focus on real examples. What these communities have in common is that they did not treat housing change as simply a zoning exercise. Instead, they asked how local priorities, design, livability, environmental stewardship, public confidence, and neighborhood character could continue to be reflected within this changing policy environment. West Vancouver has always cared deeply about these same values. Those priorities do not disappear because the province has changed the rules. If anything, they become even more important. I would encourage council and staff to continue looking beyond BC and learning from the successes, innovations, and lessons emerging in other communities. If Bill 25 is ultimately implemented, or ideally we move forward on our own, West Vancouver has an opportunity to do more than just be forced to simply comply. We can learn from the experiences of communities around the world and apply those lessons in a way that reflect the values and priorities of West Vancouver. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Nicely said. Mr. Pilak, great to see you. First thing this morning, end of the day. Yesterday.
You've got air conditioning. I don't have air conditioning.
Yes, are you becoming more than pickleball, Mr. Pilak?
No, I'm trying to save money so we get more courts. Ed Pilak, 37-year residents of West Vancouver. What I heard tonight is this what the community wants? Does the provincial government have a political mandate for what they're trying to do? And what is it going to take to make them care? So my idea is to add those things on the next provincial election, October 17th. Ask the public, ask the community, is this what you want? This could send a message to the provincial government by adding a yes or no. Are you willing to support this? Because I don't know how many people want this, how many people are going to support Bill 25. By adding, they call it assent voting or referendum, just adding a line on the next provincial election. It doesn't have to be restricted just to West Vancouver. It could be, if other municipalities are not happy, they can add that too. And that's send a message to the province of British Columbia that you can't get away with this, because they shouldn't be allowed to get away with it. Thank you so much.
Interesting suggestion. I will take that up with my colleagues around the Metro table. I think it's really fair to say the example in Burnaby is having serious backlashes. Councillor Snyder, please. Oh, sorry. Is that any other member of the public?
Two more names on the list that I'm aware of, Heather Mersey, followed by Neil Carroll.
Thank
Heather
you.
Mersey.
Ms. Mercy, great to see you this evening. Thanks for joining us.
Very nice to be here.
Thank you.
I think there's no FIFA matches on. Good timing. My name is Heather Mersey. I'm West Van resident, 772 20th Street, West Vancouver. So this, the housing legislation is, I mean, it is an attack on as opposed to the province coming in and saying, everybody has to rezone that. So as I say, I think it's an attack on private property rights. It's also an attack on neighborhoods. And we know how important neighborhoods are. We all choose, if we can, where we live. Neighborhoods are very special. And so to have the province come in again and just basically destroy it is very disconcerting. So in terms of options, I don't think we can wait till the provincial election, but we do have one option, and that was to support a judicial review of the provincial housing legislation. And that was put forward by Mayor Tobias of View Royal, I think it was last December. And I don't know how much momentum it's gaining. Mayor Sager, perhaps you could speak.
Well, we are in discussions on
Okay,
that.
but I
yes.
think that's something that's becoming more and more critical, that we need to challenge the province's authority to do what they're doing, because they were not given that mandate by the people. And the other thing I wanted to bring up is that there is a pushback at the residential level. And there's a new organization, it's called the BC Alliance of Neighborhoods. And it's got thousands of people across the province that are members of this group. And it's to preserve neighborhoods and have decisions made from the ground up, not top down. So that.
And I think that organization actually got its start in Burnaby.
It
In
did.
Burnaby. And it got started. Now, here's the good part of it, I believe.
Yeah.
Because I talked to my friend Derek Corrigan, who was the former mayor of Burnaby, and his wife, who was on the school board. And he's a hard NDPer, but they were behind the start of that organization, I
Yeah.
think.
No, it's very important. So just so council knows that there is a residents' movement against what the province is doing.
And I think, given that I've seen our current, our new MLA Lynn Block has arrived, we now have two people who have represented West Vancouver and Victoria. She'd be well advised to take this message to the legislature. But thank you, Ms. Mercy.
Thank you for
Thank
the
you.
opportunity. to
Sorry, Councillor Thompson, I think has a question
I just
or a comment.
add, because
Ms.
we've
Mercer.
been involved in those discussions around the judicial review, and I agree, it needs to get a little more traction. There's a lot of concern about provincial pushback from municipalities. And that's ultimately the bottom line. So the will is there. I think it takes courage.
It does. Having had provincial government, unlike any, I think, across Canada. And in all my time, my life living in Ontario and British Columbia mainly, never experienced anything that we're experiencing today.
Yeah, and I do believe West Van supported that, but we haven't had an update recently.
Well,
Thank you.
I think we really need to put some more work into
Yes.
it. Thank you so much.
They're keeping us busy. Mr. Carroll, thanks for joining us this evening. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me another very brief statement, Your Honor. And I'd be very simple and brief in saying that I would encourage council to maintain its direction and its resistance to imposed, well, Soviet style, I've got to use the word, plans that we'll even see now in Ontario being adjusted. Very often, decisions and philosophies at a very high level just do not work at the local level. And I'm very pleased and commend council in resisting this and in an imaginative way, and especially your reference to alliances with other communities in BC. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Thanks very much. Councillor Watt, please.
Should council choose to adopt the Maiden West Van option, or at least vote on it today, it wouldn't be adopted today. And at some point it is adopted. And at some point, this provincial government will not presumably remain in power. How easy is it to unwind?
Oh, that's easy.
Well, and through the
Yeah.
mayor, I mean, council could change their zoning, assuming that the provincial
That's-
legislation wasn't in place, then council could
Yeah.
change their zoning.
I guess that's a question for two of the people at the back of the room.
So just a couple of quick questions, or not questions, comments. I agree with yourself as far as the judicial review, and I know that it is something that we are seriously taking a look at and moving forward. Again, things obviously take time. The other one is, I agree, Councillor Watt is bang on. Why are we gonna, why would we cave at this point in time? And I understand that and support that and agree with that. But again, I'm backing up a little bit and looking out for what's happened and what may happen in West Van. So I do have to support Councillor Thompson's approach here. And that is that, I would much rather see a made in West Vancouver approach designed by our extremely competent planning department to put in place something that is made in West Vancouver, something that we have control over, as opposed to, again, having a bunch of shoe boxes built on these properties around. So for that reason, I think that, it would be a mistake for us not to move forward with the Made in West Vancouver approach, because we've all seen what can happen when we try and oppose, and we've seen that happen in the local area plan in the Ambleside area, where that Made in West Vancouver approach the refusal to adopt the Made in West Vancouver approach was overruled by the provincial government and an order in council. So I think that it's in the best interest of us to have control over things, as opposed to leaving this in the hands of the province. So
Thank you. Councillor Gambioli, please.
So just to confirm then the recommendation, the motion that's on the floor can I assume that it includes the working approach, what are we calling it? Your that your zoning bylaw amendments will also touch on the question of the existing homes being divided into multiplexes or stratified?
Sure. So through the mayor, and just, I think there's an important point to clarify is, the zoning bylaw will allow for the number of units and it will allow for the things like floor space, setbacks, all the things that would normally be in a zoning bylaw. The issue of stratification largely falls in a different piece of legislation. It's more associated with the building code. Technically, folks could already come and apply to stratify. The barrier that they face is when they do that, there's essentially a higher bar for the BC building code requirements when you're doing that stratification, as opposed to, for example, doing a rental unit. Those are certainly things that we should be talking to the province about in terms of, there's pros and cons associated with a differing approach. But the short answer is no, it won't be focusing on building code issues. It'll be focusing on the zoning bylaw issues that are consistent with the provincial requirements.
Okay, but so you don't think there's any value in adding just a piece about, that we would like to do this? I mean, putting that in writing, so.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we could certainly do that, and we'll try to integrate that, facilitate that in any way possible in the zoning bylaw.
Okay, well, that would, I think
Yeah,
there's no downside to that,
No.
right?
And I would appreciate a direction from council to pursue that with the province. I'm
Right.
more than happy to do that. Councillor Thompson, please.
Yes, I was just gonna, we do have a motion and a seconder, right? So I just wanted to make a friendly amendment and include that council direct Mayor Sager to take this matter back to the minister for discussion, for further discussion. Yeah.
That could also be a separate motion.
Okay, sure. We'll add that.
We'll,
Okay.
let's deal with the first motion and then we can, Councillor Watt, please.
Question for you, Mayor Sager. There were several of us in the room, I think Councillor Lambert, maybe Thompson, you and I, with the housing minister shortly after she assumed that role. And you brought up the stratification in that meeting. You were there too, Councillor Cassidy, yeah. And there was, I don't know if it was pushback, but there was very little or limited interest in that. Have you had any further dialogue with her or about that?
No, actually, I felt she was somewhat receptive because she said in the city of Vancouver, where she sat as a councillor at one point in time, on their heritage properties, that they do permit that. And frankly, it'll take some effort. She needs to direct her staff and it's a building code issue, but it's something they can fix.
I do remember you brought up a couple of individual examples and she seemed to feel that it would be very difficult to try to put in walls and it would be too expensive and all the rest. And again, it comes back to our building codes that make it onerous, if not impossible. So hopefully we can find some success with that.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy, please.
Thank you. I really don't have anything to add to the equation, and I apologize for being late. I had a doctor's appointment over town and then had to work my way through all the ecstatic FIFA crowds. So they're definitely having a very good time. And I surmise that when they go home, a lot of them will think about emigrating to Vancouver. So we have a socialist government. You can call them communist. I'll be polite and call them socialists. And they're dictating and they're not the least bit interested in what we have to say. So I see it as a battle. And like any battle, when you think you're losing, the first thing you do is you retreat, you regroup, and then you go forward. So that's what we're doing. They're providing nothing in the way of, what I hear constantly, it doesn't matter what part of the city you're living in, it's our healthcare. You cannot get access to a doctor. You cannot get access to a doctor. And yet they don't seem to be doing anything about it. Our education, our infrastructure. BC isn't what it used to be. And that is for sure. This government started with a surplus and they've put us into a massive deficit. But I'm going to support this because, as I said, I see this as a retreat, regrouping ourselves and then getting ready to move forward because we're not going to win with this government. End of subject. So if we can take baby steps to right ourselves in the future, then that's what we're going to do. But you can call them what you like, but I call them a communist government. Simple as that. Thank you.
Councillor Cassidy is rarely short on clear words. And by the way, I did apologize for you being late. I did explain you were caught in traffic, so.
So my parents immigrated to Canada with all their various children, including me. A point they might have regretted as the years went by, but they did include me. And one of the reasons they came to this country was to, shall we say, leave all the social issues behind of post-war Britain, where the houses were going up, you know, basic like Nissan huts because there'd been so much bombing. And they came to this country because they thought it was the land of promise. If you asked immigrants who came about the same time as I did, they'd be telling you a different story today. This isn't what the country that it once was. So I come from a people that are very direct, and I apologize if I'm very direct. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. The question's been called. All those in favor? Contrary, the motion is carried. And a subsequent motion?
Sure. I'll make a motion that council directs the mayor to meet with Minister Boyle and discuss this issue. Request.
Counselor Thompson,
we
I've
have
got
to
a motion
request.
prepared if that is helpful.
Sorry?
Thank you.
I have
Much
a motion
appreciated.
prepared if that's helpful.
Oh.
That Mayor Sager request a meeting with the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs in response to the letter regarding the required zoning bylaw amendments to comply with the provincial small-scale multi-use housing Bill 25 legislation.
Isn't it amazing how she can come up with the perfect words?
She's magical.
Moved and seconded by Councillor Snyder. And I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary, carried. Okay, good timing. We've got 3 minutes and we'll roll into our public hearing. Yeah, let's take a 3-minute break. Yes. Oh, motion to adjourn,
So
please.
moved.
Move second, all in favor, contrary carried. We'll just take 3 minutes and we'll be right back.
Thank you. Excuse me, everyone in the gallery, may I have your attention, please? We seem to be missing the speakers list. If somebody has it, can you please return it?
Okay. On the list? Okay. Well. Sorry? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call the public hearing to order, please. And we'll begin by reading. Pascal, are you the lucky one to read the legalities?
Thank you, yes.
Okay.
Read out the public hearing procedure for the benefit of those.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to grab a seat and we'll begin the process.
Council is convening this public hearing. Good evening, everyone. Council is convening this public hearing to consider and receive submissions regarding proposed official community plan bylaw number 4985, 2018, amendment bylaw number 5460, 2026, and proposed zoning bylaw number 4662, 2010, amendment bylaw number 5461, 2026, and proposed phase development agreement authorization bylaw number 5462, 2026 for the addresses 725 Inglewood Avenue and 721, 725, 733, and 735 Burley Drive. A public meeting will be held concurrently with this public hearing to receive submissions regarding proposed development permit 25-051 for those same addresses. Anyone who believes their interest in property is affected by the proposed bylaws and/or the proposed development permit will be heard and or may provide a written submission either in person or via email to correspondence@westvancouver.ca. No one will be discouraged or prevented from making their views heard. Council members may ask questions of you following your presentation, but council's function during this public hearing is to listen to the views of the public, not to debate the proposed bylaws and development permit. After the public hearing and concurrent public meeting has concluded, council may, without further notice, give whatever effect council believes proper to the representations. Your only opportunity to comment on the proposed bylaws is during this public hearing. Council is not permitted to receive further submissions once council has closed the public hearing. Council has received documents which are available for the public to view. A hard copy of these may be obtained from staff during the public hearing. The documents can also be viewed online at westvancouver.ca/news/notices. Please note, however, that those documents may not yet include items received after noon today. To maintain order and to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to be heard, here are the rules of procedure. A speakers list has been established.
Yeah.
I only said
You're
that a
doing
dozen
great.
times. Right. For those attending in person, you may place your name on the list at any time throughout the public hearing. The list is over by the door. If you're speaking from prepared remarks, please provide the corporate officer with a copy. If you'd like to participate via Zoom, please phone 604-925-7004. Provide your name and phone number to staff. They will add you to the speakers list. When it is your turn to address council, staff will allow you to unmute your microphone and turn on your webcam in order to provide you with your public input opportunity. Please note that staff will not be in a position to provide you with a specific time slot when you register to speak, so we ask anyone who wishes to address council to please be available for the duration of the public hearing. Council requests that you please begin your remarks by providing your name and municipality of residence. If you're speaking on behalf of some other person or organization, council requests that you please identify the name of that person or organization. Please limit your remarks to 5 minutes and to the subject of the proposed bylaws and proposed development permit. Please be respectful to others After everyone has spoken once, you will have an opportunity to speak subsequent times to provide additional information if you wish. Please follow the process outlined a moment ago to be re-added to the speakers list. If you have any concerns about the rules of the hearing, please address your comments to the chair. And just before I hand it over to staff for the presentation, Mayor Sager, I should advise that council has received one report regarding this application. We have a total of 84 written submissions. I'll hand out the last few in a moment. And we did set the date, council set the date for this public hearing back on May 27. And we did publish the statutory notice of public hearing in the North Shore News on June 10 and 17. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Ms. McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public. So I'll just share my presentation here. And I should just note that the applicant does have a presentation as well following this. Oh, pardon me. Can you hear me now?
Better, thank you.
Okay. I just said that the applicant does also have a presentation following the staff presentation. So for consideration tonight is the proposed Inglewood Campus of Care Development Project. You can see the site on the aerial image outlined in turquoise. It includes 5 parcels, including the existing Inglewood Care Facility located at the corner of Taylor Way and Inglewood Avenue, along with 4 single-family properties acquired by the applicant fronting onto Burley Drive. The proposal is being brought forward by Baptist Housing with funding partnership with Vancouver Coastal Health and BC Housing to replace and add funded care beds in a new long-term care facility and add rental and independent living units for seniors. You can see an artist rendering of the proposal looking towards the north up Taylor Way on the screen here. The project's being brought forward in a 2-phased approach. You can see a diagram showing the location of the 2 phases, with phase 1 on the western portion of the site and phase 2 on the eastern portion of the site. The existing care facility is located in phase 2, and in phase 1, what would occur if the project was approved would be construction of the new 7 to 8 story long-term care facility, which would allow for the existing care facility to remain in place and allow those residents to not be to be removed from the site during construction. So then the new long-term care facility would replace the existing 230 funded care beds and then add a net increase of 134 funded care beds for a total of 364. So then once the new care facility building was constructed, that would allow for the existing residents to be moved into the new care facility and allow for demolition of the existing care facility to make way for phase 2. So then in phase 2 on the northern portion of the site, the proposal is for an 8-story seniors rental building with 161 units. And then on the southern portion, the proposal is for a 9-story independent living building for seniors, and that would include 200 units. So in total, the project would deliver a total of 725 funded care beds and seniors housing units ranging from specialized care to independent living. A key component of the campus of care model is that with a model like this, it would allow for seniors to age in place, allowing them to access care and housing needs as their needs change over time. There was questions at first reading when council set the date for public hearing about traffic and parking, so I've provided a couple more slides on that here. The applicant did submit a traffic impact assessment report that was reviewed by district engineering staff and they accepted the findings of that and reviewed that in detail. Just specifically in terms of parking, the application includes 349 parking spaces, and those would be distributed among the 3 buildings that are proposed for the site. But just one thing to note about the parking is that that does actually exceed the district requirements for parking for a project like this. And it also exceeds what the applicant's traffic engineer indicated would be the demand for parking on the site once fully constructed. And the reason for that is that the applicant is indicated that they are ensuring that there's enough parking so that parking isn't, there's not parking impacts on surrounding neighborhood streets for the project. There's also an access and loading strategy with the report, and that includes access and loading areas for the 3 different buildings, ensuring that those activities would happen entirely on the development site and wouldn't impact, the activities wouldn't impact local surrounding streets. And then just in terms of traffic generation, the applicant's traffic engineer looked at what the potential projection for increased traffic related to the proposal was, and concluded that the local streets in the surrounding area could accommodate the increase in traffic. So just to give a sense of that, the projection is that it would result in 1 to 2 additional cars during the AM and PM peak periods at full build out. There's a couple of traffic improvements that are proposed and would be delivered by the project. So one of those includes a new dedicated left turn bay from Inglewood Avenue. You can see a photo showing the area of Inglewood Avenue on the slide here. So that's the eastbound approach to Taylor Way. And what's proposed is to have a dedicated left turn bay, which would ease traffic congestion for that intersection. And it would also allow for a future left-hand turn signal to be added to that signal at that intersection. And there's also a brake check area on Taylor Way for commercial vehicles that exists now. So one thing that would also be delivered by the project would be to upgrade that to current standards. And just one thing to note is Taylor Way is obviously Ministry of Transportation infrastructure, so there would be further consideration and approval required by the ministry before those things could be fully confirmed and approved, but that is included in the proposal. And then just in terms of pedestrians and cyclists, you can see a site plan showing the overall project there. So there would be new sidewalks delivered on all frontages of the site. As well, there would be new bike lanes proposed for Burleigh Drive and Inglewood Avenue in both directions. And then there would also be a new crosswalk that would be proposed on Burleigh Drive, which you can see in the diagram there. Specifically for Taylor Way, this is one area where there would be a significant improvement. You can see a photo of the existing condition on Taylor Way there. It has a very narrow sidewalk. It's a fairly hostile pedestrian environment currently. And I don't know if that's agreement or.
I think that's agreement.
But what the project would deliver is a significantly improved Taylor Way frontage for pedestrians, including a widened sidewalk and boulevard area. So in terms of the official community plan and relevant policies, there are many policies that support a project exactly like this in the official community plan. These are summarizing the 3 key ones, with the principal one being 2.1.20, which allows council to consider incentives to enable a project exactly like this that delivers non-market seniors and supportive housing. And I just should note also that the site was included in the Taylor Way local area plan boundary within the official community plan. But as council's fully aware, they recently approved a terms of reference for that planning initiative, and the terms of reference study area specifically excludes this site. And that was done deliberately because it was anticipated that this project has been under review for some time, and it can be considered independently of that planning initiative through the supportive policies that are in the OCP. There are a number of things for council's consideration with this package, so I'll just quickly summarize those. So there's an OCP amendment. What that would do is it's really sort of administrative in nature. It would put the site within what's called the development permit area, which would allow council to consider the proposed development permit that would control the form and the character and the design of the overall project. Then the zoning amendment would place the site within a project-specific CD zone that's based on the proposal. There's also a phase development agreement bylaw. What that would do is it would give long-term security for the zoning due to the multi-year phasing that's required for the project. And then there is also a development cost charges waiver bylaw. Baptist Housing is requesting that council waive the district component of DCCs or development cost charges. Those are just over $1 million. Staff have reviewed the request rather with relevant departments, including finance, parks and engineering, and staff are all supportive of council granting that waiver. I should just mention one thing about this though, is that the project itself would deliver all infrastructure necessary to serve the project. So that includes the various public realm improvements that I described in the previous slides, but it also would deliver any necessary utility upgrades to service the project directly. So in terms of infrastructure needs, the project will deliver and pay for all infrastructure needs required for the project itself. And then finally, as the project would be run as a nonprofit with Baptist Housing, a community amenity contribution is not applicable in this case. The project has gone through a fairly extensive review. So just to provide a little overview of that, we did receive an early proposal in 2017, but that one didn't advance at that time. And then Baptist Housing came forward with a preliminary proposal for the current site in 2020. That did go through review and public engagement at that time. And then Baptist Housing submitted their formal application in 2021. And at that point, it did go through extensive staff review, including review by the former design review committee. But the applicant did put that on hold to secure funding. And then once that funding has been secured, the applicant submitted the revised application more recently in November of last year. Following that, the planning committee reviewed the proposal, staff reviewed it in detail, providing comments, and with the applicant providing revisions. As well, the applicant conducted further public consultation. The planning committee, as I said, they reviewed it at their meeting last November, and they provided this recommendation of strong support. And that did not include any recommendations for modifications or revisions to the project. In terms of public engagement, as I said, the applicant has hosted a number of meetings. The one most recently was in December of last year. That was relatively well attended. And there are 2 reports that are appended to the staff report that provide more detail that were provided by the applicant in terms of the feedback that they received. But one of the main points here is that overwhelmingly, the feedback that staff, council, and the applicant have received is overwhelmingly in support of the project. To conclude, we are recommending that, subject to tonight's public hearing, that council approve the project. As in staff's opinion, the project is fully supported by the goals and objectives of the official community plan. It addresses critical community needs in West Vancouver and offers substantial public benefit. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. Any questions from members of council? We have had a presentation before, so I'm not surprised there aren't any. And, oh, sorry, Councillor Thompson, I spoke too soon. I didn't say that, Councillor Thompson.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Yes, we have had some good time to review this and speak with many of our citizens, and I'm sure they're going to raise a lot of their concerns. A couple of things have come to me though over the last few days. I'll start with the DCCs, right? We're waiving 4 million plus DCCs, and the guarantee is to provide the infrastructure for the project itself. I'm just wondering if any thoughts being given to the fact that Taylor Way is under a review for large development. And if we can somehow anticipate, if we're going to put in some major infrastructure utilities, that it would support the type of density we're expecting to attract on through the Taylor Way development.
Mr. Bailey?
So through the mayor to Councillor Thompson, I think in any planning exercise that we undertake with respect to Taylor Way, that'll be sort of first and foremost in our mind. Mr. Hawkins, as part of that planning program, has outlined a number of stakeholders that we're going to be talking to, including TransLink, the Ministry of Transportation, Metro Vancouver. Of course, we're working with our own engineering department to make sure that our, the pipes in the ground are able to serve whatever density might come of that, and frankly can be integrated and consistent with the project that we have before us tonight. So we're well aware of that. It's integrated into our plans, and we're paying very close attention to that.
Okay, thank you, because I do think that's the big concern, when people are saying this should be done within the Taylor Way local area plan, that the public needs to know that. So thank you. Some questions about the bike lanes being put in. Just concerns about how that's going to conflict with circulating traffic or cars parking on the side of the road and things like that. And I just wonder if the bike lanes are something that could be considered after the project's developed, and see how they actually fit with the circulation around the property.
Through the mayor, I think that the bike lanes as proposed, staff have reviewed. We think that they are, generally consistent with the overarching plan and look and feel of bike lanes moving forward. Certainly, the intent would be to integrate the proposed bike lanes into any future network on Taylor Way and as part of the Taylor Way plan, and then integrating even further into the neighborhood east and west. We consistently, with our engineering department, do reviews of sort of the functionality of those bike lanes to, are they working properly for all ages 8 to 80? We'll continue to monitor that as that goes forward. And if we need to make adjustments, we can do that.
Well, thank you. And where my concern lies is, I understand that you're providing more than necessary parking. But, by my calculations, you're still you know, we're having 200 rental or independent living units and 161 rental units. So that's 361 units to be occupied, which is actually more than the parking spots we're providing, right? And then we're not considering workers, visitors to the site. So I think it would give myself comfort to see how the project weighs out before we start dictating how the circulation can happen around the building. I'll take that as noted. And the one big question I have is, I think one of the biggest concerns here, it's a big commitment, this project. It's big and uncomfortable for the community. I haven't really heard anyone push against the beds, right? We all know it's well needed and we need to get on this right away. I guess what I'm wondering, with all the fragility of provincial funding, if the funding for this healthcare component doesn't come through, can the housing still be built? Or does the healthcare unit have to be built for the housing?
So through the mayor, and perhaps the applicant could provide more detail, but the long-term care is funded. So there's a funding commitment on that. Vancouver Coastal Health has provided a committed fund for that. And there's a whole series of letters of intent with BC Housing, which I think is fairly remarkable given our current environment, to fund the housing component of that. If the worry is that housing component funding fell through for some reason, then the simple answer is that housing just would not get built. They're going to enter into housing agreements with us that require that level of funding to provide for the housing that's being provided, and they'll need to have that commitment in order to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Snyder.
My question just quickly in regards to the DCC waiver. I believe you said it's just over $4 million of the district. My understanding is that there's two other levels of government that would also be required to waive DCC charges. Can you just sort of touch on those additional and
Metro and
Translink, and what would happen should they choose not to waive their DCCs?
Through the mayor, I suppose if anybody chose not to waive their DCCs, it would place the project in what I would call increasing peril with respect to delivery. The DCC waiver is there for these types of projects where funding is required, financial support is required to provide for this much needed community amenity. So I think whenever council has approved DCC waivers like this before, and you have on affordable housing projects, you're doing so recognizing that somebody's not delivering market condos. They're delivering a need, in this case a long-term care facility, independent living, that is what I would kind of characterize as being like financially fragile from a delivery perspective to members of this community. So I think you would be putting this project at a bit of risk, and TransLink and Metro may be putting this project at a bit of risk if you didn't follow through on the recommendation to provide a DCC waiver.
And I'm assuming that's more of a question for the applicant to address whether or not they've had some discussions with TransLink and Metro. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gambioli, please.
One more question on the DCCs. Didn't the federal government and our provincial government just make an announcement a few days ago about the feds contributing to DCCs for municipalities? So would this be eligible? Or maybe I should ask the applicant.
Well, through the mayor, I don't know that either the applicant or we would know quite yet. There was an announcement a few days ago. It was implied that funding from both senior levels of government could be made available to provide support for folks like this who are seeking DCC waivers. The devil, quite frankly, is in the details on those programs. We don't know if it applies to projects that are in stream. And so we'll report back on that. Staff's commitment is if those funds are available, we will pursue those and work with Baptist Housing to make sure that could apply to help reduce some of the cost burden for the applicant and the municipality.
Great, thanks.
And further to our earlier meeting tonight, I will be taking that subject up with Minister Gregor Robertson. Councillor Watt, please.
Yeah, thank you. So what is the distance between the independent living and rental units and Taylor Way? How far is that?
I'd have to take a look at the plan.
I
to
think the applicant,
confirm the
it
distance.
might be better to answer that question.
I guess I'll just qualify why I'm asking. You mentioned there would be dialogue with TransLink and there's talk of the bike lanes. And I'm just wondering, as we think 10, 20, 30 years into the future, and in an ideal world, we'll be thinking beyond just buses. So is that where you're going, that there would be the potential, should someday sanity take hold at a provincial level and we have some form of light rail? Is there potentially the setbacks for that?
Through the mayor, and not to burden this project with it, but any sort of future planning program, and particularly as we look at this Taylor Way work, we will be having conversations with the ministry, with TransLink, about not only, there's the BRT that's currently being proposed from Metrotown to Park Royal. There's been conversations about potential, more significant levels of transit to the Park Royal area. But then, as you quite rightly point out, there are opportunities for transit up and down, perhaps Taylor Way, that connect into it. That's certainly something that in our preliminary conversations with the ministry about transportation in the area, they've indicated that's something that they want to talk to us about the size of the right of way, how that might work. And yes, we have thought about that and contemplated that as part of this plan, and believe that there is space to accommodate that in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gambioli, please.
Oh, just on that note, I have to say that related to the bike lanes, there are 5 or possibly 6 different cycling groups at the senior center right now. They go out every day of the week and they cycle all the way to UBC and I don't know where they go. So I think bike lanes might just be important related to this project. You never know, when we have 200 units of independent living for seniors, who knows how many more new bike groups we could have.
Thank you, Councillor Gambioli. And please don't take offense, Mr. Bailey, but I would describe the bike lanes as 8 to 100 because my father still rode his bike at 100. He did. So no further questions? Councillor Cassidy, thank you.
So thank you. When I spoke with yourselves, with the Baptist organization, and I asked, is there any potential for phase 1 to go forward and phase 2 to be put on hold, shall we say, for further discussion, further maneuvering of numbers or such the like? And they said no, because the financing is contingent on the whole project going forward. And I was wondering if you could explain that, please.
I think that's an applicant question, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't
Okay.
care who answers it.
Okay, we'll make sure all the questions
right,
for
well,
staff are
leave-
done and then we'll.
All
come back
right,
to that.
okay. So all my questions are for the applicant, so I shall hold my breath.
All right.
You got off
I'll
lightly,
invite
Mr.
the
Bailey.
applicant for their presentation. Do you need any help?
I think I'm good. Thank you. I think that's what we want. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council and staff and members of the community. My name is Mark Kinna. I'm the CEO of Baptist Housing. And as a nonprofit society entirely focused on senior living, care, and housing, I remember I'm doing that too. We welcome every faith and background to live and work in our communities. And we have owned and operated Inglewood Care Center since 2020. The question of our founders 62 years ago still matters. Why should seniors face inadequate housing and insufficient care? The face of long-term care has changed. Institutional style care environments that look like hospitals are no longer fit for today. And the existing Inglewood Care Center does not meet the needs of today or tomorrow. Senior living is all we do. Since 1964, our mission has centered on senior housing and care. We serve 2,800 seniors in 21 senior living communities in the Okanagan, the Lower Mainland, and Victoria. And we offer a full spectrum of services from rental housing to independent living to assisted living and long-term care. We're committed to this community to be here for the long term.
Our team of 2,400 share the caregiver spirit and a deeply personal commitment to helping seniors live with dignity, purpose, and belonging. As you heard from staff, we first appeared before council in September 2020, and we've received unanimous approval at that time to proceed with public consultation as part of the application process. And so we held open houses, virtual meetings, met with stakeholder groups, and they provided input. We held a public information meeting in June of 2021 and submitted our formal application in September of 2021. During that period of time and after that period of time, some of the most important feedback from the district was that in order to justify the density that we were asking for to create a full continuum of care, our proposal would be better received if we had the partnership and support of government partners. And so between 2022 and 2024, we continued to revise our plans and work to ensure that government support. Since 2020, we have acted on the community input in revising our plans, including incorporated more funded care to restore some of what was lost in the closure of CAP Care Centre and West Vancouver's Care Centre. We reduced the number of buildings from 5 to 4 on the site to increase and enhance site porosity. We reduced 100,000 square feet of building space to increase green space and usable outdoor space, which is fully accessible all on one level. We created a secure dementia garden in the design, which also provides a green space buffer to the northwest Burley Drive neighbor. And we reduced the height of the independent living building from 10 to 9 stories and the rental housing from 10 to 8 stories. Our proposal now includes rebuilding the current 230 funded beds with an increase to 364 funded care beds, including 134 beds of restored capacity that was lost in the district. Vancouver Coastal Health has provided us with a funding letter approval and has submitted their letter of confirmed support to the district. The design of the long-term care includes a small household model with 14 residents per household and 2 households per floor. This proposal is one comprehensive project offering a continuum of care. The entire proposal is an integrated plan which relies on each part working together financially and in the provision of housing and care options to make the redevelopment of Inglewood Care Centre possible. We agreed from the outset with Vancouver Coastal Health that for the sake of ongoing access to care in the community, Inglewood Care Centre would stay fully open during the construction of the new care, hence the 2 phases. This puts the seniors and the community first by keeping care access in place. There's been a question about project risk given the announcement of provincial project repacing. The long-term care infrastructure projects that were repaced by the BC government are publicly owned and were to be operated by the health authorities. Baptist Housing, in contrast, is a private non-profit organization and were not impacted by the BC government's infrastructure repacing. The costs to redevelop the site are borne by Baptist Housing. They don't affect the province's capital budget, and Baptist Housing is securing the capital and taking out the mortgage. The approved funding from the Ministry of Health through Vancouver Coastal is to subsidize the operating costs of the long-term care beds, just as they do today at Inglewood Care Centre. Furthermore, Baptist Housing has a 62-year history of delivering on projects to grow our ministry to 21 senior living communities across BC. The proposal includes 161 rental housing units, with 20% of those below market. And we've signed a letter of intent with BC Housing under the BC Builds program, with their letter of support submitted also to the district. In terms of the need for rental housing for seniors, I'd like to talk about Mary. Mary lives in one of our rental housing buildings. You know, there are some indisputable facts about demand and supply and demographics, and I'll get to those. But the quality of life that Mary and her neighbors enjoy living in our rental housing is the most compelling reason for supporting this element of our proposal. Maybe you've rented an apartment, you have an image in your mind of what that's like. Baptist Housing, rental housing is different. It's unique. We operate 900 units of rental housing in BC, and we do not offer simple rental apartments. We create communities of dignity, purpose, and belonging. Mary lives in the rental housing we opened in 2024 in Saanich. And in our wellness housing, we have wellness program staffing. We build an amenity space where we host coffee times and board games and potlucks and celebrations. We connect with local schools for intergenerational programming. We bring in education and we plan excursions. And we connect residents to meaningful volunteering, which Mary says, and I quote, "give us a greater sense of ownership and pride of place in our community." The administration's priority of showing care and respect is contagious, creating a culture in which everyone matters and no one is forgotten. Neighbors gladly help each other, from which strong friendships form. For a year and a half, I have thrived in this place. This is the quality of life that Baptist Housing offers. And the seniors of West Vancouver need this. West Vancouver's senior population will grow by 50% in the next 10 years and already has double the concentration of seniors compared to other Metro Vancouver communities. According to the Canadian Rental Housing Index, 1/3 of renters in West Vancouver are seniors, and that percentage will increase in the future with the demographic shift. The long-term average vacancy is 0.9% in this district. Even in 2025, the vacancy rate was 1.6%, well below the 3 to 5% range that is typically considered a balanced rental market. And this level of vacancy creates longer wait times, limited downsizing options, and forced relocation outside the community. Finally, we're proposing 200 suites of independent living with services, which would fulfill a critical missing middle in the housing continuum. Seniors who can't live at home but don't qualify for care rely on independent living options with the availability of home care add-on services to bridge this gap and stay independent. This part of the senior living continuum is underbuilt in West Vancouver already. There's capacity for 4% of seniors in West Vancouver to live in independent living communities, while industry standard balanced market supply is 5 to 7% of the senior population represented in units. The implication of this, as the senior population grows by a further 50%, is significant new demand for units. And according to analysis prepared by the BC Care Providers in their 2022 publication, The Independent Living Advantage, independent living reduces pressure on healthcare and public costs as a preventative housing and services model that's focused on wellness instead of illness. It can delay or eliminate the need for long-term care and hospital use, contributing to health system infrastructure by improving quality of life while delaying health decline. Independent living is proven to reduce loneliness, improve mental health through social connection, improve cognitive and physical health, offer safer living environments with fewer falls and injuries, reduce the risk of malnutrition, which affects 1/3 of seniors, and reduce stress and support independence longer through access to care when needed. This full continuum of care with rental housing, independent living, and long-term care provides access to services and housing for seniors to stay in their own community. But more than that, they can thrive like Mary and access the supports they need to stay independent until they need greater care. But even if we approve this project tonight, it will not be fully complete until 2034. Time is of the essence. There's a current capacity gap of 500 to 800 beds on the North Shore. Dan Levitt, the BC Seniors Advocate, has submitted a letter to the district supporting this proposal, and his reporting consistently calls for the expansion of care to meet the 57% increase in the demand for long-term care in the next 10 years. The system impacts felt by communities, including hospital gridlock, is very real. Seniors waiting for long-term care make up 80% of alternate level of care hospital patients utilizing acute care beds, which, as you know, cost several times the daily cost of a long-term care suite. The entirety of this proposal, the rental housing, independent living, and long-term care, will improve these impacts to West Vancouver. And finally, the caregiver crisis related to this reality is that 60% of caregivers are distressed prior to their loved one being placed in long-term care. Creates social and economic impacts, and it's happening right now in every community, including in West Vancouver. There are a number of residents who live at Inglewood Care Centre since the day we bought it in 2020, and they would be living in their new building if this project had gone forward in 2021. If we start now, the current residents at Inglewood will move into their new home mid-2030, So let's get started and give the residents and family members of Inglewood hope for better care and housing options for seniors. I'd be glad to answer your questions.
Thank you. We'll start with Councillor Cassidy, please.
And thank you very much. And I've been involved with this project probably since 2020. And you have reduced the height, which is terrific, and to some extent reduced the massing as well. But my question was, should we wish to go forward, and we definitely, I mean, I'm very keen on phase one. We need the beds. That's a certainty. But should we wish to contemplate phase two, how are they being financed? Because I think you told me earlier when we spoke that one was contingent upon the other, and I didn't quite comprehend what you meant. Why is one contingent upon the other? Because I'm assuming phase one is the provincial money and Vancouver Coastal Health. So what money would you be out of pocket in phase one, please?
Yeah, the proposal, thank you for the question. The proposal is a single comprehensive project offering the full continuum of care, and separating the approval of the phases is not an option because the entire proposal is an integrated plan, and it requires and relies on each part together financially and in the provision of the housing and care to make it possible. Without the certainty of a comprehensive development proposal proceeding, the financial assumptions of each of the partners would need to be revisited.
And the partners are?
Vancouver Coastal Health and BC Housing.
Right. So how are Vancouver Coastal Health and BC Housing involved in phase two, please?
Well, BC Housing is the partner for the rental housing.
All right.
phase.
Okay. And that's going to be 20% below market.
That's
Now, the independent living, the 200 units of independent living, is that going to be equivalent to price-wise to an Amica or a Westerly? Or is that also going to be below market accommodation?
No, it won't be below market accommodation. The pricing, I wouldn't say that we could quote that it'll be exactly like any individual competitor or other provider in the market here in West Vancouver. We have, if that building is going to open in 8 years from now, we're not clear today on what the service model that seniors of 2034 are going to be looking for. Because as you can imagine, with this demographic shift, the needs and preferences of the people who are moving into independent living today are changing over time. And so in the coming years, we're going to develop that service model, which is going to be a primary driver of rents. And so I'll say, yes, we're going to be in the ballpark of other providers in the market because they'll be doing the same thing. They'll be developing their service model for 10 years from now to look like the seniors that are moving in. And some of the things that you might, wonder about what drives the service model, it could be, will those residents require care aides to be present? Is that an expectation that they're going to have? Will they expect that they're going to be fitness programs, healthcare add-ons, and all of those things will impact the rent levels of the independent living?
Yes, sir. But I quite comprehend that. But I'm meaning the independent living, what you're going to be offering in theory, not holding you to it, it would be comparable in theory to what a Westerly or an Amica, and perhaps in theory, again, at the same price point.
Yeah, not in theory. That they're
in
independent living
actuality.
shares. Yeah, in actuality.
In
That's the
actuality.
product that
So-
we're going to be offering.
So, all right,
That's
so you're
right.
going to be offering us another Amica Westerly equivalent, but the below market housing. All right, for the rental component, 20% below market.
Correct.
All right. What is Kiwanis offering at? 20% below market, do you know?
I don't have the details of Kiwanis's offer here. I do know that's a different, it was created under a different program, a
Mhm.
housing program, but I don't
I
have-
believe it is, we'll just confirm, I believe it is
it is.
20%
Yeah.
below market.
20% below market, and they're on flat ground, not up a hill. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Watt, just before I go to Councillor Watt, your care facility, is it similar to the new, and I haven't been there, just heard about it. I think it's called Creekstone in North Vancouver. Are you familiar with that?
I haven't visited Creekstone. I am familiar with the operator. I haven't visited it, no.
Would they be similar in client to
Well, if they're funded long-term care, then they're similar in clients because Vancouver Coastal places people in long-term care according to their care needs. And so there's a great deal of consistency of who gets placed into care. And so they'll be providing the same level of care. They'll be providing the same care services to a similar population. That's right.
The reason I ask is I spoke to my colleague and friend, Mayor Mike Little in North Van, and just asked him about the uptake on those care units. And he said that literally immediately when those units were open, they were full. And so I just wonder, in the future, do you see any world in which the first phase is done and the second phase could be more long-term care if the need arose? I'm just concerned about ensuring we have enough long-term care, or which I think is the most critical need.
I think it's important to build more long-term care in West Vancouver, on the North Shore, everywhere. We need 16,000 new beds of long-term care in the next 10 years in this province just to keep up with the population growth. And so we need more long-term care, but we also need more rental housing with a vacancy rate that is on average 0.9% and a seniors concentration in West Vancouver. You need rental housing. You need independent living, because when you look at the number of units that are available for independent living in the district compared to the population, we are underbuilt in this district compared to a balanced market. And independent living is where people receive the services and supports that they need. It's the meals, the housekeeping, the laundry, the things that allow them to stay independent. And because they've got people around them with activity programming and caring for them, they're watching them as they walk down the hall, they're assessing for falls risk, they're coming alongside them. All of this leads to better health outcomes that keep people out of the hospital. And so a balanced continuum of care on the site is the best view of what that site can be used for. You may need more long-term funded long-term care in the district, and that can be for another site with another provider or with Vancouver Coastal Health. I would speak in full support of that. But on this project, a continuum of care is what will allow people as well to live in the community where their spouse is. And so if you have a person in care and their spouse is having trouble driving and they can't get to visit them every day, that person could live on site. We have 2 different housing options for them to live on site. And reunification of spouses when you have a person in care is a core issue according to the BC Seniors Advocate.
Thank you. Councillor Watt, please.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. How many staff do you anticipate? Like, what is the ratio per patient in a facility like this?
In the long-term care,
Yeah.
typically we see like on a per bed basis, there's typically 1 employee per bed is what that looks like. And so when we think about what the staffing looks like, our estimates right now are 310 to 315 employees employed in the long-term care. Okay, so a little bit under the 1 per bed, as I mentioned.
Yeah.
And that could be because of economies of scale in the kitchen and some of those things.
Okay, thank you. And what priority will be given to locals in all 3 levels of this facility?
Well,
Locals as in West Van locals.
yeah, it's a good question. Let me start with the independent living and the rental housing, and then I'll get to our favorite policy of Vancouver Coastal Health after that. They're in the room, and
shall they stand up?
I think they registered to speak, but we've been considering this, and I understand it's important. Since the beginning of our process, people have been asking, will people from West Vancouver be given priority? And I want to be careful to not be running afoul of any laws around how those things work. And I did have some engagement with BC Housing on it to make sure that they were comfortable in terms of the rental housing. But we absolutely want to give preference to people in West Vancouver for the rental housing and the independent living. And we will give preference first and foremost to the loved ones of people who live in Inglewood Care Centre. So if you're a loved one who has a partner living at Inglewood, we will give you preferential access to the wait lists for both the rental and the independent living. And then that would be followed by other people who live in West Vancouver. And then also we want to extend that. We've had some discussions with Rabbi Philip from Harel next door to the north of us. And I asked them whether or not they had members of their congregation who were seniors and would be interested in living in the rental housing right next door. And so again, we would be offering preferential access to members of their congregation also. And we want to make sure that that we're honoring the fact that people in West Vancouver need a place to go, and the concentration of seniors here is so great. And so that's the answer for the rental housing and the independent living. When it comes to the long-term care, we do know, we've talked about this several times, that there is a provincial policy on first available bed placement. And Vancouver Coastal Health, like every other health authority, adheres to this policy, and they place people based on the need for long-term care, the available beds when that need exists, and they place people accordingly. And then there is a preference policy that the government has, that you can identify your top 3 long-term care locations that you want to live in. And as soon as a bed becomes available in one of those buildings, then you have first access to that if you set that as your priority. Now, that may not make all of us feel as comfortable as we would if we could say, if you're from West Van, you get access first to those beds. But I'd like us to consider the alternative if we don't have these new funded long-term care beds, if we don't restore 134 beds of capacity here and build the total 364. If we don't do that, more people will have to go to Richmond or Vancouver for long-term care placement. And so by building it, you're building capacity in this community. And even though West Vancouver residents wouldn't be prioritized, the rebuild and the expansion of Inglewood Care Centre would result in reductions in the number of people who would be placed outside of this jurisdiction. They would reduce long-term care wait times for people who are in the community and being supported by 24-hour extraordinary care. And they would reduce wait times for people who are in acute care settings waiting for long-term care placement. So all those things will happen because the capacity is increased and rebuilt here.
Thank you. And just one other quick question. We call it seniors care. There are also other people who struggle with various neurological conditions, either by disease or accident. Obviously, that includes those people as well. And I guess I'm just curious, in a typical facility that Baptist Housing runs, what percentage of people do you see that don't fit into that regular demographic?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And we can think about acquired brain injury, people with MS, people with ALS. These are all conditions and illnesses that put a person in the place where they qualify for long-term care and then need access to a place like Inglewood Care Centre. There are people who live in Inglewood today who are younger adults. They're not necessarily over the age of 55 even, let alone 65 or 75. And they live in Inglewood. They live in our other communities. And we love them and we support them. We care for them. I will say personally that I long for a day where there is purpose-built long-term care access for people who are younger adults who need long-term care. And so what's really important to me when you think about that is the person who is 90 years old who may want, as we're sitting in that common area, to listen to Frank Sinatra, and the other person who's sitting there who wants to listen to Sum 41. Okay, and they're together in the same place. Intergenerational interaction like that works for a few hours over Thanksgiving, but when it's day in and day out, really, when it's day in and day out, and you're talking about the preferences of activities and recreation and entertainment and meals, all of those things are impacted by those intergenerational differences. So it is a really important issue. And unfortunately, in our province, in our country, the population size of people who need care is not robust enough in communities to justify that, I imagine. And so that's the tension. Yeah. And I'm not blaming government for that because I understand the tension of that. And so our reality is we accept and love people who move into long-term care, whatever age, because they need the support. And that's what we're here to do. That's why we exist.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just close that with my recent experience has certainly taught me we need beds now.
Thank you. Councillor Snyder, please.
Just quickly, I know that this is an opportunity for the public to speak and share their views, and I do want to hear from. Unfortunately, they don't really have the same opportunity to ask the questions that we do. So these are just two questions that I have that have sort of come from speaking with those in the community up to this point in time. So one of them is the big concern about the transition that the residents having to reside where they currently do during the development phase, and how difficult that can be on them. I mean, there's a lot of construction, there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of drilling and pounding and what have you. So I guess it's sort of a twofold question. Is so one of the opportunities or ideas is, well, will those people be relocated? Now, my understanding is that you have a binding obligation with Vancouver Coastal Health. So I'm just wondering if you could maybe touch on that binding obligation you have for the existing residents and what you intend on doing to try and accommodate and ease the pain of construction.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's an important concern. I think any of us that have lived near construction or worked near construction understand how disruptive it can be. And that is for the neighbors, for the residents, for visitors, for staff. We have significant experience in development and in construction in terms of our history, and our project leads have more than us in that. And so we will undertake the construction management and mitigation measures that are typical of a construction project as it advances through the next phases. You know, as we think about this site, we'll be making sure that the crews that work at Inglewood are aware that this is an area where there's sensitive residents living right next door. Language rules are going to be strongly enforced. The time periods for construction will be well established. They'll meet district standards to make sure that we're adhering to that. But going deeper than that, we also have an accountability to Vancouver Coastal Health in terms of who is sort of holding us accountable and has conditions under which we have to operate. Vancouver Coastal Health they're the group that we have our operating agreement with. And in that operating agreement, we have to make sure that we're satisfying them, that the clients who are in care, who are Vancouver Coastal Health's clients that we're serving, that we're taking care of those clients. And so Vancouver Coastal Health has standards about how any renovation work is done, any construction work is done in healthcare environments. And so we'll be obligated to follow their standards. We'll be having regular meetings with them and reporting to them in terms of what's happening. And what I recommend is at some point between now and the time we break ground, as we work with staff in the district, that I'm sure Vancouver Coastal Health would be willing to sit down with district staff, with Baptist Housing, and with them to talk about some of those requirements that they would have for us. But let me go a little bit deeper, because what's really important are the residents and the family members who care about what's happening in Inglewood. And that's who we also need to meet with. We have a very active resident and family council at Inglewood Care Center, and they'll be engaged to talk to us about their concerns and their input and their feedback in terms of how we best care for their loved ones. Yes, that's going to include hoarding and separation devices and membranes and whatever we need to do to try to mitigate everything in terms of dust and noise and all of that. But we're also going to need to have viewing spaces on the west side of the building, because I guarantee you, from every senior living construction project that I have known about, and our project leads say the same, the residents are going to want to watch. That's what they want to do. Residents whose rooms oversee intersections and shopping centers tell me how much they love the action. They want to watch the action. And so construction is action. And so we need to make sure that they have viewing space. But then we also want to make sure that on the east side of the building, where we have large dining room spaces and amenity spaces, that we build in alternate programming so that during the day, during the hours of construction, anyone on the east side of the building who has a room that might be close to that can be care planned to have an opportunity to relocate and be a part of almost like a day program on the other side of the building. You know, this is going to have to be carefully planned, but we're serious about it. And I was talking with the president of the Independent Long-Term Care Council of BC, Lisa Dawson, and I asked her if she would be willing to sit down with us also to review our plans relating to this. And she said she would be willing, of course, deferring to the local family council. But yeah, we will take that seriously. It does matters to the public, but it also matters to the people who live there.
You may have a lot of volunteer project managers.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh,
And
yeah,
the-
absolutely.
Just one more question, before I turn it back. Parking's been something that's been raised during the construction. My understanding is that the parking will not be actually built on site until phase 2. So what do you propose? I mean, there's a lot of staff. I'm assuming right now we have the existing beds that we have, and if you're giving us that staff ratio of almost 1 staff member to each patient, those people are still going to need to find somewhere to park until the completion of phase 2. So what's proposed for the parking for staff and for visitors?
Yeah, we're going to need to replace the parking that we lose during construction for sure. And our contemplation is that we're going to have off-site parking that we arrange, and we're going to be shuttling people to the site in order to mitigate street parking issues. There's not a lot of street parking around there, which is one of the reasons that we wanted to be so generous with our parking provision when we do finally open the buildings. But I also wanted to mention that currently 2/3 of the people who work at Inglewood use transit to get to Inglewood. And so that's an important part of the story that we still do need to deal with the 1/3 that will keep driving to work. But 2/3 of our people are using transit to get there.
Thank you.
There is a rather large unused parking structure at the foot of Taylor Way.
Yeah. And, and we have a shuttle bus. And so going back up and back to
And a
drop people off.
rooftop deck, empty. Well, the rooftop deck's still safe. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you. I'll try and be quick. Mr. Kinna, you and I have spoken about this, and I can hear that you've covered this issue in your presentation, but I just want to pull it out to be clear from the public, because there has been a lot of questions about the housing mix. And I think one of the confusions is that we see independent living, we see rental market housing, and then we see the long-term care. And what we've come to know in the realm of healthcare is that there's an assisted living component that seems to be missing. But you, in fact, saying that the constructs of these types of livings are changing, so there will always be this opportunity where couples won't get separated because one's failing more than the other. Would you mind explaining to the public what you did for me?
Yeah, I mean, assisted living is part of the spectrum. Baptist Housing operates 400 units of assisted living over 7 sites. So we certainly are in assisted living, and we're happy to be serving people in that part of the continuum. I think what's perhaps better suited for this environment, and I would say in many environments, is to provide independent forms of housing that allow people to add on home care. Okay, so if you're living in assisted living, you're paying 70% of your income toward that assisted living bed. Okay, government will subsidize the rest of the cost there, but you're paying 70% of your income to live in assisted living. If you live in the rental housing that we're proposing for Inglewood or the independent living, you're paying your rent. That if that's not 70% of your income, that's great. Maybe it is. Unlikely. We try not to move people in who are that reliant on their finances to move in. And so that extra money can be used by you when you need it to request help, home care services that you can bring in to help you stay independent. And there's some interesting statistics around home health that the Seniors Advocate put out, that episodic home health, short-term home health interventions are the fastest growing aspect of home health. Okay. And so when you think about living in independent living, if you need for some time, perhaps you went to the hospital, you come back, you need some rehab, some convalescence or so on, you can get some home support to come in and serve you for the time you need it. And then if you don't need it anymore, it can be turned off, effectively. And so that's the model when we think about the rental housing and independent living, where it's those forms of housing, and one form has no services, one form has meals, housekeeping, and laundry, but both can have home care added on to those, right? And when we think about the development of the service model for independent living in Inglewood over the next 8 years before it opens, we're going to see what seniors are going to want. And they may want an LPN to be on site 24 hours a day. They might want care aides in the building. They might want rehab people to be staffed there. And if that's what they want, and that's what they want to pay for in there, we can absolutely do it. That's where we have to develop that service model based on the individuals in the driver's seat. Seniors need to be in the driver's seat of what happens with that. And so assisted living, great model for certain aspects in the system, but it is a form of care that puts you in there and you're paying that 70% of your income. You're getting the prescribed services that are part of that program. You're in it because you need it and you need it every day. And that's unlikely to change if you're in assisted living. Where if you're in the rental housing or independent living, you may need it for a season. You may need a little bit more over time, but you're in the driver's seat to add those services as you require them.
Thank you. That's well said. So I actually have had the pleasure, and I will say pleasure, of staying in an independent living project in Calgary. I was visiting some friends. They're mid to late 70s. And I saw all the dynamic of such a healthy community where, you know, I think 3 times a week, they brought a doctor in that you could just show up like a drop-in clinic and eyes on you all the time. The servers knew them, the people around the house. We actually had dinner together one night and they admitted to me, they said, you know, we're actually really antisocial, but we love sitting down here and just watching everybody, right? So, you know, there's charm, but you know what was the biggest charm about that? I actually got to stay in a subsidized room. They left about half a dozen rooms open as hotels for guests to come and stay with their elderly ones for a weekend and spend some time. And I'm just wondering if you've done anything like that in your projects, because we don't have places to stay in West Vancouver, and many of our seniors have families that live elsewhere.
Yeah, thanks for asking the question. And I didn't incorporate that into any of my notes, but we absolutely have guest suites in the majority of our independent living and rental housing communities. There's a couple places where we don't, and it's because there's such a demand for moving into our units that sometimes the guest suites get turned into units that we can rent out because the wait list is so long for people to move in. But it's absolutely a much needed part of the program because it allows for visiting, you know, relatives or friends to come and stay. And absolutely people love that. And it just adds to the vibrancy of the community as well when you have visitors coming in and staying.
Yeah, terrific. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Cassidy, please.
Again, thank you for the presentations. So I'm going to go further to Councillor Snyder on parking. So you have 349 spaces. And so are these for the individuals within the long-term care or the rental housing, or are these going to be guests and guests? So, or is this going to be staff, guests? Is everyone?
It's not a free for all.
No, correct. I didn't think it would
There'll
be.
be a dedication of parking stalls
Okay.
for the long-term care for visitors. I highly doubt that anyone who lives in the long-term care will be
Yes.
driving.
Right.
I'm not saying that hasn't happened or isn't happening somewhere in BC right now, but it's unlikely. But for visitors and for our team members, the long-term care parking will be devoted to them for the most part. And then in independent living and the rental housing, then there's also allocations of spots for residents, team members, our employees, and for visitors. And I don't have the breakdown in front of me, but I know one of my colleagues will have the breakdown if you're interested in it.
So it's essentially for residents, staff, and visitors.
That's right.
In the allocation. So should these numbers be exceeded, would they obviously go out onto the streets of Burley Drive or across the road? I think that's one of the concerns of residents.
Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing that up. That is precisely why when we look at the district's requirements that we exceed by 16 stalls, and when we look at the traffic study that we exceed by 79 stalls, when our project team asked, should we apply for a reduction in parking requirements or should we reduce what we have to do under the bylaws or the direction of the district? The answer is no. We need to keep all of the parking that's there. We need to have 79 more stalls than the traffic study says, because we don't want that to happen. Because if it does happen, then people will be on the street looking for parking, and that's not acceptable to the neighbors. I get that. That's precisely why we want to overbuild our parking compared to the traffic study.
Okay, but each area is going to service the staff, visitors, and residents of the parking, the allotment. Okay, because it's a location you're not going to walk to unless you live in the immediate surrounds.
Yeah, well, with the exception of the 2/3 of the people that work there that do take
Yeah.
transit today.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Watt, please.
Yeah, I'm going to be quick because I know we want to get on to members of the public. But just actually very quickly, I did know somebody who busted out and did go for a drive about that involved the police later. But so it does happen. The 80-20, there, I think we've discussed this in the past. So there, you believe there could be wiggle room or things could shift by phase 2 where it wouldn't necessarily be only 20% that is under market.
Yeah, that would be a great hope. So we do our pro forma work using conservative numbers. And so right now to make the project viable in terms of that rental housing in partnership with BC Housing, it's the BC Builds program that is 80% at market, 20% below market. And with the capital injections that come on top of that, it's a self-sustaining model where the 80% is helping to pay for the reduction in rents for the 20%. That's what a self-sustaining rental housing building does. Between now and the time that we break ground, which will be the middle of 2030, we have some great hope that additional housing programs will be offered, whether it's provincially through BC Housing, whether it's through CMHC that often has capital injection funds or financing options, or even the federal government through some of their Build Canada homes. So if those things come together, and I'll also add that our amortization of our mortgage on that building is penciled out at 35 years. And there have been 50-year amortization options available through CMHC at times. If that's available, all of a sudden that helps us to work on the rents and the percentage that are below market. So when you think about all those things coming together, we start with the most conservative position, and we just hope it's going to get better and better so that we can make it more affordable for the people who will live there. And as an operator of 900 units of rental housing in BC for seniors, it's our focus to try to drive those rents down and provide the services people need. And so we're looking for every lever we can pull between now and the time we break ground.
Okay, so I know with the Kiwanis project, obviously different, but there is a minimum. And you mentioned something about 70%. I jotted it down. Yeah, so you were saying if 70% of the income, if they're above that, then they're not allowed to rent, I'm presuming, or was that with respect to the independent or the rental?
Oh, I was just saying that if you're spending 70%
Yeah.
of your income on your rent,
It's not ideal.
that's not sustainable for
Yeah.
anyone. If
Yeah.
you're doing that for assisted living to get care and your rent and your meals and your housekeeping, that's a bit of a different story, right? But when you move into a rental apartment, then we're helping people to try to spend 30% of their income to rent. That's typically the number that would be used as a 30% number.
Okay.
Is that the question?
Yes, it is. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. Seeing no further questions from members of council, I'd like to now turn to the members of the public who have come this evening and wish to address council. I understand normally at the public hearings, we hear from people in the chamber first, and then we go to people who want to comment online. And we have an exception tonight. We have somebody at the other end of the country, and we'll show respect to our friends from Halifax, I understand, given the hour on the East Coast. We'll let that person go first.
Thank you, Mayor Sager. I've promoted that person now. We've got about 25 names on the list, which should be about 2 hours if we stick to 5 minutes per. I see the first speaker, Alison Keller, is going to join as a panelist.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Keller, you'll have 5 minutes to address council.
Ms. Keller, thanks for joining us.
None. Good evening, Mayor Sager and council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alison Keller. I'm a West Vancouver resident, a senior, and a professional who has spent nearly a decade and a half working in the seniors housing sector across Canada. I am not affiliated by any means with Baptist Housing. I am digitally here because I care deeply about what kind of community we are creating for current and future seniors. I want to begin with a personal story. In 2011, my mother was admitted to the acute care floor of her local hospital in London, Ontario, because there was no available dementia care space for her. To keep her safe, I left work and my young family in West Vancouver and moved into the hospital where I cared for my mother for nearly a month. I quickly realized my mother was not the exception. Most of the beds around her were occupied by frail seniors just like her. What struck me then was that the system was already under strain. That was 15 years ago. We had more beds, we had fewer seniors, and yet the system was struggling. Today, the pressures are significantly greater. In 2021, West Vancouver had approximately 6,800 residents aged 75 and older. Within the next decade, that number will exceed 10,000. The World Health Organization classifies communities where more than 20% of residents are over 65 as super-aged societies. West Vancouver is already one of them. We're not preparing for an aging population. We are living it. Yet across the entire district of West Vancouver, we have approximately 1,489 seniors housing and care units of all types. That means we have housing for only about 1 in 7 seniors. More concerning, when we look at actual care resources, assisted living, memory care, and long-term care, we have only 422 spaces. That is roughly 1 care space for every 24 seniors. 1 in 7 can find housing. Only 1 in 24 can access care. That is not a future problem. It's a warning. Some will say that people can simply age at home longer. But this is not just about capacity. It is about quality of care. Long-term care provides something home care cannot easily replicate. A community with a concentration of professional staff available around the clock. Residents benefit from coordinated care, companionship, and immediate support when their needs change. By contrast, aging at home can mean fragmented support, changing caregivers, and increasing isolation. This is not simply about where care happens. It is about how care is delivered and whether it is safe, stable, and dignified. And that is why the independent living homes proposed as part of this campus of care matter so much. They are not a luxury. They allow seniors to remain independent, socially connected, and supported before a crisis occurs. They provide companionship, security, and peace of mind that if needs change, care is nearby. Independent living does not replace care. It helps prevent crisis. And with our aging population growing rapidly, these homes will be every bit as important as the care beds themselves. Because what Baptist Housing is proposing is not simply a building, it is critical social infrastructure. It delivers a complete continuum of care at a time when our community needs it most. Council, I would like to conclude with one broader observation. Municipal governments are closer to the well-being of this nation than we often acknowledge. You are where decisions about housing, care, and community infrastructure become reality. If we fail to build the housing and care infrastructure our seniors require, the responsibility does not disappear. It falls onto Canadian families. Adult children leave work to care for aging parents. Caregivers burn out. Healthcare systems become overwhelmed. Communities become less resilient, and our economy suffers. Council, the alarms have been sounding for years. You have the data, you have the need, you have the opportunity. Please approve this project, because if we cannot build the housing and care infrastructure our seniors need, families will carry the burden.
That's your
Hospitals
time,
will
ma'am.
carry the burden.
Thank
May
you
I
very much,
just
Ms.
finish
Keller.
now? If I
Sorry.
may, sir, if I
Yes, of
may.
course.
Thank you. Building and caring for our seniors is not simply a healthcare issue. It's an act of true community. It's an act of commitment to your residents. It's an act of respect for those that built and made West Vancouver what it is. And on top of that, it is an act of nation building. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keller, and enjoy your travels. Thanks very much. May we have the next speaker, please?
The next two speakers are Ralph Sultan, followed by Tiffany Trounson.
Our very wonderful former MLA, Ralph Sultan, thank you for being here. It is so very nice to see you, my friend.
Good to see you, Mark.
And your wonderful daughter who's here tonight as well. Oh, sorry. Oh, no, it isn't. Sorry, it's Joy. Sorry, Joanne. Yeah.
Well, I'm delighted to be here. My name is Ralph Sultan. I've been a homeowner in West Vancouver for 37 years. And I'm very proud of this community. I'm very proud of the political representation we have on this council as well. It's good for an old Paul like me to come out of retirement once in a while and see the interface between the people and those who represent them in government. And I think you folks represent us very well. And thank you for that. I know it's not without sacrifice. So I'm here to talk about the Baptist redevelopment project. And just to set the stage, I was BC's Minister of State for Housing under Christy Clark. I probably visited 100 seniors care facilities around British Columbia in that tenure. I initiated the Better at Home service operation, which is still going. I championed the Respite Center, which will be open shortly in the Lower Lonsdale area. And at age 93, I'm learning all about being a senior myself. One of the interveners raised questions about the financial background, shall we say, of the proponent. So I did a bit of homework. I think it's really redundant after the fine presentation from the CEO. But let me just remind you that the Baptist Housing Society is indeed a faith-based nonprofit providing senior support services in 21 communities across British Columbia. This is not a small outfit. And questions are raised appropriately about its financial integrity, viability, its ability to deliver on all these promises. And each of the independent societies in which it operates publishes its financial reports. They're online, CRA charity reports and all the rest. It's very transparent. And the conclusion you come away with is this is quite apart from the care and the humanity of the operation. As a strictly financial operation, I come away with the impression that they emphasize stewardship, sustainable funding, and financial planning as priorities. So when they say they're going to do something, as an ex-banker, by the way, I think they're actually going to do it and live up to it. They're not going to say, gee, we ran out of money, we couldn't do it. The third point I'd like to make is a very personal story about spending the last few hours with my good friend Russ Fraser, who at one time ran for the office unsuccessfully of mayor of this town, former attorney general. He became ill, spent many, many months at Inglewood. And I visited a lot, up there a lot. And I think the point I would emphasize is, you know, it's one thing for the CEO to come in and give a nice PowerPoint. It's more revealing of an organization to actually see it at the delivery stage, at the pointy end where care is actually been given. And without getting too much hyperbole here, this is a caring organization, and it's reflected in their staff. They have a humanitarian, indeed faith-based approach, and I commend them for that. The CEO has talked about the pending 50% growth in seniors in our community. And I'd like to juxtapose that statistic with my own experience. When I was first elected under Gordon Campbell, the edict came down in the balanced budgeting exercise. We got to cut costs drastically. And in fact, you guys, we got to cut the long-term care costs by at least a third. And this translated into an edict that of the 3 long-term care homes we had in those days, West Vancouver Care Center run by Archie Woodworth, Inglewood, in those days not Baptist Housing, and Capilano Care Center right on the Capilano River, a rather derelict business these days, they were still fully functioning, and the CEOs or the general managers came to my office and said, well, we've been told one of us has to close down. And they said, this is like having 3 people in a lifeboat with only capacity for 2. Who's going to jump overboard? And they were not just amused, they were distressed, obviously, and I didn't really have an answer. Bottom line, it didn't happen, but 2 of them did shut down. And as a result, capacity was reduced 50%. So today we have 50% less long-term care capacity than when I first was elected as MLA. And juxtapose that with the CEO's forecast, which is not controversial, that we're going to have a 50% increase in demand. So let that sink in. A 50% decrease in supply and a 50% increase in demand. I think I'm running out of time. I won't go on too long. I think the points made about rental housing are certainly powerful, and we have many in this community who are stressed. They downsize, they find the capital coming from their homes is frequently not quite adequate. And I guess the question that council has to grapple with is the degree to which this community that we all love will really over time continue to be a cost, by the way, are just going to have to tough it out in some other community. I don't think that's the West Vancouver we want. And I don't think that's the West Vancouver this council wants. So serving the full spectrum of economic participants, I think, is very important. So I will just conclude by saying, I think this is a very well thought out project. It's actually, you might say, a reborn and reimagined and reinvigorated project. As an old business school professor, I was very impressed with the presentation, and I've seen lots of presentations, believe me. I think these folks have heart, they have faith, but they have a good business plan too. And I think they're even worrying about parking. And I worry about parking myself. Thank you.
Ralph, thank you so much. We're going to ask everybody to join in that and thank Ralph for his service. Thank you for all of the years of service, your wonderful service to this community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker, please.
It's Tiffany Trounson, I believe, followed by Barbara Chaworth Musters.
Thank you. I'm sorry,
I think it says Trounson.
Trounson?
It's Trounson.
Trounson.
Yeah,
Tiffany Trounson, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. Hard to follow Ralph Sultan, but hopefully I won't disappoint anyone. So good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Tiffany Trounson. I'm not a resident of West Vancouver, although I live in the North Shore. I work with the BC Care Providers Association, which is the industry voice for BC seniors living, wellness, and care sector. Our association represents more than 500 providers across the province, delivering long-term care, assisted living, independent living, home health, and other services that support seniors as they age. That includes Baptist Housing as a member of ours. I'm here today to express unwavering support for the proposed redevelopment of the Inglewood campus. And I apologize, I'm going to repeat a lot of what you've probably heard in letters from the Seniors Advocate, from other people who are going to speak today. But I think it's really important. as someone who works with the government, repetition is key to getting your message across. And so the reality of British Columbia is that it's facing a growing seniors care crisis. While most seniors want to remain in their homes and communities as they age, which I'm sure many of you read in the letters that were submitted from seniors in the community, many will eventually require additional supports, and that includes assisted living and even independent living all the way to long-term care. So today, too many people are waiting for access to those services. I don't know if many of you have been to Lionsgate Hospital recently, but I have, and I waited 8 hours, just like everybody else. Waiting and seeing seniors waiting in hallways is not something that I like to see happening in our province, let alone anywhere. And so with thousands of waiting for long-term care while many remain in hospital beds, not because they need that care, but because appropriate care isn't available in the community, we want to relieve pressure on hospitals. So this, I think the point that I'm really trying to make it and in this moment is, this isn't just about seniors. This is about children waiting with their parents in emergency, waiting and potentially needing a bed. This is about delayed surgeries because seniors are holding up beds because there's nowhere for them to go. This is a spectrum of the reality of care in our province, and seniors are a portion of that care. Supporting that portion will support the entire healthcare system. And so I think what is particularly noteworthy, and they're not necessarily in this room today, but they were at the last council meeting, is that the support for this project includes organizations and leaders speaking in favor of Baptist housing that would traditionally be considered competitors of theirs. And that's because there's a recognition that the crisis that we're facing is too critical and too urgent for competition. It's not a zero-sum game. There's enough in this province that everybody has to pitch in. So the need is growing faster than our ability to meet it. And it's actually coming faster to West Vancouver. According to the district's own data, West Vancouver is one of the oldest communities in British Columbia. Seniors represent nearly 1/3 of the population in 2021. And in contrast, the regional seniors population grew from 12% to 17% in the same period. The community's median age is 51, which is 10 years older than the regional average. And the population is expected to continue aging over the coming decades. So council is aware of the demographic realities. The question before you is whether the community will have the housing and care options needed to support both the seniors and those who are in Inglewood and call that home today, as well as the future generation of seniors that are coming. The project is not only about meeting future demand, it's about ensuring current residents can continue to age in place with dignity, stability, and access to the modern care and housing as their needs change. Many municipalities across British Columbia would welcome this opportunity. Following the cancellation of 7 long-term care projects elsewhere in the province, communities are struggling to determine how they will meet the growing demand. West Vancouver has an opportunity to move forward with a project that will provide new long-term care beds, senior housing, and a modern campus of care that allows people to remain in their community as their needs change. Seniors housing and care has long been a tomorrow's problem of the government. And I'm asking that council does not make it West Vancouver's tomorrow problem. It requires you as the community's elected leaders to acknowledge that the growing seniors care and housing crisis is here, recognize the effectiveness of the solution that's been put before you, demonstrate a willingness to move this project through the approval process so it can be built without unnecessary delays.
That's your time.
Thank you.
Ms. Townsend, thanks so much for joining us this evening. Thank you. And the next speaker
I
is
misspoke earlier. The next speaker is Joanna Baxter, and then followed by Barbara Charworth-Musters. Ms. Baxter.
Ms. Baxter, and sorry about the confusion there. Good to see you.
Yes, Ralph Sultan is not my father,
No.
but he's like a father figure. Good evening, Your Worship, council members. It's my great pleasure to speak on this issue, and I'm so glad that this application is back on the table for the citizens, residents of West Vancouver. As you know, I was employed between 2020 and 2022 as the community engagement specialist for this project. My job was to connect residents, leaders, stakeholders with the project to make sure that people were as well informed as they could be. And I sit here tonight in no way affiliated with Baptist Housing. My tenure ended in 2022, so I'm just here as a private resident and concerned citizen. So I do want to describe my job though, and because it was extremely impactful to work for this company, to work for this organization that had seniors in mind in a professional and expert way. And I just want to address the consultation and engagement piece because I know there are many opponents who will bring this up as not having been consulted properly and that kind of idea. My job started as a letter writing campaign, which meant I was calling people on an individual basis. And I quickly changed it to address larger boards, stakeholder groups, different community groups that were associations, affiliations, and I can list them here, but some of them included Seniors Activity Center Board, Housing Action Groups, West Vancouver community stakeholders. There were many. Some were in favor of the project, some were not. And we offered the opportunity for all of these residents in their different capacities with their different ideas to connect directly with our senior staff. And we did this through Zoom, through COVID, where all the senior executive of Baptist Housing was present. And that was CEO, CFO, CAO, and the architects. Everyone made sure that they were all present for these very long, very detailed, very in-depth meetings. So and they were all recorded by permission, by the way. So if you'd like to see them, I can present them. Anyways, this is just to say, we went to great lengths to make sure that questions were considered. We also did other things to integrate Baptist Housing and Inglewood Center closer into the community fabric, the business community and the social community. We did this in ways of, we joined the Chamber of Commerce, attended all their events. We put the architectural model in the chamber office with a sign on it saying, for more information, contact me or contact someone else at Inglewood. The door was open. We were always open to questions. And I received many questions from that site. We also were sponsors for Harmony Arts Festival, where we had a large booth, where we had 4 staff attending for the entire duration of Harmony with the model. And basically we did everything we could to make sure we were out in the community, accessible, transparent, available, and communicative. So that was it. But I just wanted to end this with a quote I heard on the radio this morning that I thought actually was quite pertinent to where we are tonight. There was a comment about how the federal politicians have all the money, the provincial politicians have all the power, and the municipal politicians have all the problems. This might feel a little close to home. I just wanted to say that with that kind of framework, this application presents a very unique opportunity for you to hit all those marks. This is funded. You have the power to approve it. And you're solving one of our major growing problems all in one fell swoop. What an opportunity. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks so much, Ms. Baxter. Thank you.
The next speaker on the list is Barbara Chalworth Musters, followed by Will Steinberg.
Thank you, Ms. Chalworth Mustard. Good to see you this evening.
Thank you, Mayor Sager. Always it's causing me stress to be here and speak, but anyway.
Do say hello to Bob for us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and councillors for the opportunity of speaking tonight, especially to Councillor Snyder, who has given Mr. Kennedy the opportunity to speak on what I have chosen to speak on. So I'll start. Both the presentations by West Vancouver Planning and by Mr. Kenna express that during the construction of the new care center, residents would remain in place, apparently as a condition of the support of Vancouver Coastal Health. Referring again to Mr. Kenna's statistics, we can understand the need to keep these beds available. But what about the cost to the residents at Inglewood Care? This evening, I speak as an advocate for the residents of Inglewood during the construction of the facilities. Not only should the residents be considered, but also the staff. The residents remaining at Inglewood will be only meters away from the rebuild. We all know the constant, unacceptable noise level that comes with building what is intended. Before approval of this project can be given, the following questions need answering. Sorry, I'm just going to take that. There's a glare and I can't see. How will the residents be protected from construction noise, vibration, dust, and disruption? How will the quality of life be maintained for residents, particularly those living with frailty, mobility limitations, and dementia? What mitigation measures will be in place and how will they be monitored? Have alternative housing and temporary relocation options been considered? How will residents and families be consulted throughout the development process? What will be done to contain the construction to permissible noise levels within our bylaws? Mayor and council have been sent links to studies that show prolonged noise exposure can affect health and well-being, sleep disruption, communication difficulties, and distress. Quality of life and noise exposure is increasingly recognized as a health concern. Mr. Kenna has expressed Baptist Care for Seniors. This is a quotation, and I'll start. We support the last 12, 18 months of their lives. These are precious moments in which the environment must be most supportive and most conducive to what we expect for our closest loved ones. Sorry, my eyesight is not as good as it should be. Our team have a caregiving spirit that is shared and a deeply personal commitment to how seniors live with dignity, purpose, and belonging. We care about the lives of our elders and desire to serve them. We do it because of the caregiver's heart and because we are inspired by the values of Jesus. We do it because our elders, each and every one of them, are worth it. God loves them, and so do we love them and serve them every day. Unquote. Mr. Kenna, we admire your caring nature, but please put this into practice during the construction process. The Office of the BC Seniors Advocate advises that Baptist Housing is responsible for the planning, mitigation measures, and resident care throughout the development process.
That's your time, ma'am.
Sorry, was that time?
That was the timer, but could you wind up? Do you have any final thoughts?
Maybe I'll come back, but I
Okay.
appreciate the opportunity. to
Thank you.
speak.
And
Thank
if you don't come back, do pass on from all of us, our best regards to your husband. Thank you. And the next speaker.
Will Steinberg, followed by Alexis Chicoine.
Thank you, Mr. Steinberg. Thanks for joining us this evening.
It's my very first time, actually.
Well, there you go. Welcome.
Also, I didn't write a script for this. I do have some notes though. So I have grown up in, in West Vancouver, living across the street from the Inglewood Care Center for the last 24 years. And, Metro Vancouver really has changed a lot in that time, and West Vancouver as well. But the care center hasn't really changed at all. And while sitting here listening to like all the like the things that I've all I've ever seen is a brick wall and and a parking lot and a couple dumpsters and the back of the facility. And I never knew about I didn't really know about all these sorry about like how bad the shortage really has gotten, and it has really made me feel like I made the right choice coming tonight to speak in unconditional support, because I really do feel like more needs to be done. And as a resident living right on the block, I am willing to put up with the inconvenience of the construction and and the potential increased traffic. My mom would disagree with me on that, however, but
is she with you tonight?
No, unfortunately not. She's too busy actually taking care of my dad, actually. Funny that. But yeah, I personally believe that it is worth the temporary cost for to the comfort of us at our home. And yeah. Oh, also a couple of notes regarding let's see. First of all, there was that courtyard space, right? That space is open to the public, right? That's good, because actually I would actually like to hang out in that space potentially. Yeah, I know. I'm just thinking about all these little things because I'm like living right by it, right? Also a note on transit, because that idea of light rail up Taylor Way was brought up. I don't think light rail is necessary, but I think more service on the 254 would be nice. I'm yeah, I'm a regular 254 rider. I'm often riding with this care center staff on the bus, and the once an hour to once every 2 hours is pretty rough. And I would personally prefer to have the bike lane sooner rather than later, because my bike has been gathering dust in our house for the last half decade. Yeah, this is kind of unstructured. Those are kind of all the thoughts I have for the moment.
Thanks, Mr. Steinberg. Well, I'm sure the residents will enjoy your company.
Next
Thank you.
speaker
The
is-
next speaker.
Is Alexis Chicoine, followed by Patricia Jappi Loker, I believe it says.
Alexis, thanks for joining us. Good to see you again.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am speaking in support of the proposed redevelopment of the Inglewood Care Center. I am very encouraged by what I'm hearing throughout the initial conversation from the council, so I'm hoping many of my words are redundant. As I've listened to the discussion surrounding this project, I have found myself thinking about how we best evaluate a proposal like this. Some of the conversation has focused on particular impacts of the building, as the previous speaker was just speaking about his mom. Traffic, parking, tree loss, construction impacts, and building heights are all important considerations that deserve careful attention. But it is equally important to consider the impacts of not building it. We often talk about helping people age in place, but aging in place does not always mean remaining in the same home forever. Sometimes it means remaining in the same community with dignity, support, accessibility, and the connection with others as housing or care needs change. For many residents, there comes a point when maintaining a family home becomes difficult. Some may need rental housing, others may need supportive or independent living. Eventually, some will require long-term care. The question is whether these options exist within the community they know and love. What makes this proposal unique is that it recognizes aging is a journey rather than a series of disconnected stages. It creates a continuum of housing and care options on one site, allowing people to remain close to family, friends, services, and support networks as their needs change. And while this project helps prepare us for the future, the reality is that the need already exists today. Families across the North Shore are already navigating long wait lists and difficult decisions about housing and care. Residents are already looking for options that allow them to remain connected to the community as they age. This proposal is not creating a solution for a problem that may someday arrive. It's responding to a challenge that is already here. If we do not move forward with projects like this, more families may be separated from loved ones. Pressure on hospitals and care providers will continue to grow as people wait for appropriate care placements. More seniors may be forced to leave West Vancouver and the North Shore to find suitable housing and support. We may also not want to overlook the broader impacts on our community. When seniors have fewer options to downsize, fewer family-sized homes become available to the next generation. The existing care facility itself continues to age, becoming less suitable for modern models of care. And future councils are left facing even greater shortages because facilities like this take years to plan, fund, and build. As noted by the presentation, the project has already taken years to reach this point. The need it seeks to address has not stood still during this time. When I consider both the impacts of building this project and the impacts of not building it, I come to the conclusion that the need for modern senior housing and care outweighs the potential negative impacts identified through this process. For that reason, and the many others already noted, I support the application and I encourage council to do the same. Failing to act will not eliminate the need. It will simply leave residents and families with fewer options. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker,
Patricia Jappi-Loker, I believe. I apologize for mispronunciation.
and I
And
think
just,
she's with Vancouver Coastal Health. I saw her trying to hide a little bit there, but
Available bed policy. Good evening, Mayor Sager and Council. My name's PJ Jappi-Loker, and I'm the Chief Clinical Planning Officer for the Coastal Community Care of Vancouver Coastal Care. My portfolio spans from the North Shore to the Central Coast. I appreciate the opportunity to address Council this evening. I am speaking on behalf of Vancouver Coastal Health to express strong support for Baptist Housing's redevelopment proposal for the site of the Inglewood Care Centre. On the North Shore, Vancouver Coastal Health currently funds the 230 long-term care beds at Inglewood Care Centre, which is owned and operated by Baptist Housing, the nonprofit organization that has been providing quality seniors housing and care in British Columbia for more than 60 years. Vancouver Coastal Health, the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Housing and Municipal Affairs supported the purchase of the property by Baptist Housing in 2020. The proposed redevelopment of the Inglewood Care Centre represents a significant opportunity to expand local long-term care capacity at a time when demand for these services is growing and growing. According to the Office of the Seniors Advocate, the number of people waiting to be admitted to long-term care in British Columbia has risen by over 200% in the last decade, and the number of seniors aged 75 and older is projected to increase by 49% by 2035. Vancouver Coastal Health and the Ministry of Health are committed to adding more long-term care capacity to the public health system. On the North Shore, we are supporting Baptist Housing's proposal to redevelop the Inglewood Care Centre, which will replace the existing 230 long-term care units and add an additional 134 units for a total of 364 publicly subsidized units. While Baptist Housing is responsible for the cost of redeveloping the site, and Mr. Kinna had already addressed the repacing situations that are happening with owned and operated and health authority projects. Vancouver Coastal Health and the Ministry of Health have approved and committed funding that will subsidize the cost of operating these long-term care beds. BCH appreciates Mayor and Council's consideration of the redevelopment proposal and the opportunity to advocate for this important healthcare initiative. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Melinda Slater, followed by Andy Crossing.
Thank you, Ms. Slater. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Melinda Slater, 1058 Keith Road. And let me start by saying something that we all agree on. West Vancouver needs more long-term care beds. That is not in dispute, and I think everyone here, everyone agrees with that. But that is not the decision before you tonight. The decision is whether to approve this proposal in this form, at this scale, and with key questions still unanswered. What we are being asked to accept is a false choice. Approve a 725 unit development to secure a net increase of 134 long-term care beds, or risk losing those beds altogether. And of course, no one wants to be seen as standing in the way of needed care. But supporting long-term care does not mean approving every proposal that claims to deliver it, especially when there are critical issues that remain unresolved. Council's responsibility is to ensure that what is approved is necessary, justified, and fully understood. And on the record before you, that standard has not been met. There are still fundamental questions that have not been answered. I had quite a few questions about this proposal, which I submitted to the district, but I haven't received answers to any of them. And these weren't minor questions. They go to the heart of whether this proposal is justified and whether the public interest is being protected. At the May 27th council meeting, the public were told that their questions would be answered prior to the public hearing. And that makes sense, because a public hearing is not a place to have critical questions answered. A public hearing should only occur once all fundamental information is provided and the proposal is fully understood. And that matters because once a proposal reaches a public hearing, the choice is reduced to approve or reject, with no opportunity to step back, separate components, reduce the scale, or resolve important outstanding questions first. And there's also a broader concern, and that's for years we've all known that long-term care capacity was declining. But what steps were taken to secure replacement care capacity, to explore alternatives, to press Vancouver Coastal Health and the province, or to avoid putting the community in the position of being pressured to accept a massive spot zoning development or risk losing the care beds? Because that's where we are now. But urgency does not remove the need for clarity. It makes it more important. The issue is not whether we need long-term care. Of course we do. The issue is whether this is the right way to deliver it. So to be clear, I'm not asking you to say no to long-term care. I'm asking you not to approve this proposal in its current form unless and until key issues and questions are fully and transparently resolved. Thank you.
Just a question of clarification, because I sent your questions to Mr. Kinna, and if I'm not missing it, I thought I saw a 7-page response.
You might have seen a 7-page list of questions, but
No, like a 7-page.
I haven't had an answer to anything, nothing.
Mr. Kinna, did you send that comprehensive response to Ms. Slater?
Ms. Slater has not asked us any questions directly, but has asked those questions through members of council. And each member of council who received those questions and forwarded them to me received that answer back.
I see.
Answer any member of the public's questions. I didn't know that those questions came from Ms. Slater.
Oh, I see. Because there is a 7-page response. I have it on my desk. I'd be happy to share it with you. Very comprehensive.
Thank you, but that's too late now. you
Well,
know.
but it is members of council that must make the decision.
Well, it kind of negates the need for public input or asking for public input if I'm here to comment when I haven't had answers to questions. I'm here to comment without being fully informed, and that really, it seems that there's no point in me making any kind of input in that case. So I think
Thank you,
that's an
Ms.
issue
Slater.
that needs to be resolved.
Thank you, Ms. Slater. And the next speaker is,
The next speaker is Andy Crosick, followed by Dana Mulhern.
thank you, Mr. Crosick. Good to see you this evening. How'd your operation go?
Well, if I can take 5 minutes of my operation, be happy to, and then another 5 minutes. It's all
You
fine.
haven't lost your sense of humor.
It's all fine. It's all fine. So Andy Crosick, West Vancouver. 26 years ago, I was living in Kitsilano. Important to the story I'm going to tell. The phone rang. It was Father Leon, not Father Leon of the church, my dad. 91 years old. And 7 o'clock in the morning, because he knew he could find me at that time. And he said, you know what? It's time for me to go into care. We had moved him. My mom had died 14, 15 years before from 17th in Ottawa. We had moved him into a lovely apartment at 21st in Bellevue. And we had care coming to him. He had a failing heart. He had some other back issues, et cetera. And it was just getting way, way too confusing for him. Fortunately, the guardian angel in this story is a woman by the name of Evelyn Pearson, who worked for Veteran Affairs, who fell in love with my dad. My mom was already passed away. Thought he was just this wonderful old Eastern European gentleman and would do anything for him. I immediately phoned her. It took her, it's been 26 years, but I'm going to say it took a couple of months. She tried all kinds of places. My dad did not want to go to a warehouse, as he called it. His Polish grammar was a little off. But at that point, he said anywhere. And she wanted to make sure it was going to be in West Vancouver. And finally, after 3 months, she found him respite care at Inglewood. That is where he went for 2 or 3 months for respite care. They finally turned him over into long-term care, and he died 2 months after that. I tell that story because that was 26 years ago, and Inglewood at that time looked like it needed care itself. Very, very much so. It was one of the reasons my dad had visited it, had said, I'm not ready for that yet. 26 years later, who knows how many other proposals, who knows how many other folks would come up here and say, I haven't had this question answered. I haven't had this question answered. This doesn't make sense. 26 years later, we not only still have lovely old Inglewood, and I don't want to disparage Inglewood, they do their very best, but we've also lost another care home called Capilano. We have minus what we had 26 years ago. And yet we are sitting here wondering, is this actually properly because of this or because of that? The bottom line is there are way more Leons now than there were then. I am now of that generation that is beginning to think Leon-ish. Neighbors that we had a block and a half ago moved last week out of lovely Caulfield area that we live in because they are at that stage where unfortunately one of them is no longer able to care for herself. And they had the funds to be able to go to private care. They're my generation, they're my age. The reality is that the longer we have waited, not the longer we wait, the more people we have placed at risk. I don't know if Baptist Housing or the government lists the number of folks who have passed away, who did not receive proper care because there simply wasn't a bed available. To finish, I would quite simply say the option is not to not do this. It doesn't exist. The option is to finally provide a token, because that's all this will be, but a token relief for those generations where 26 years ago were saying the same thing. I need care. I want to stay in my community. And I think my community owes me that. And I think this community, this council, I know will do the right thing, and it will do what is owed to our community. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thank you. And the next speaker.
Speaker is Dana Mulhern. We have now had 10 speakers, just for the record. Dana Mulhern, followed by Lynn Quarmby.
Ms. Mulhern,
Hi.
nice to see you this evening.
Very nice to see you. I'm representing Positive Voices tonight. And I've heard some incredible positive voices, and I'm going to be very brief because I don't think I could add anything that hasn't already been said. But the goal of Positive Voices, one of our fundamental goals, is to improve housing options available for the citizens of our community. West Van is at a defining moment, which everybody has acknowledged. And how do we do this, and how do we take care of our citizens? The renewal of Inglewood Care Center by Baptist Housing is not simply a replacement of an aging facility. It's an essential investment for the future of our community and for each of us. I'm much further along than Andy is. Yeah, I was going to say I'm the oldest person in the room, but I don't think I can say that quite. So aging in place is a means of remaining in the community. We hope to build, and people would want to be here, to be able to live and support and be here. This is the first step in 50 years that West Vancouver has taken. 50 years. Someone said 26 years. 50 years. The redevelopment of Inglewood Care Center is a practical, compassionate, and forward-looking project that responds to a real and growing need within this community and with the province. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you. And the next speaker is
Lynn Quarmby, I believe it is, Q-U-A-R. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
sorry, Lynn
Quarmby.
Cornby.
Yeah, Quarmby with a Q.
Cornby. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving us this opportunity for this public hearing. And thank you to the staff. That was an excellent presentation, and I really appreciate the depth of the research behind it. It was very clear. And thank you so much for bringing this opportunity to our community. We're very fortunate to have you bring it and your person. The persistence, and it's just the comprehensive proposal it's just really, it's a model. It's just beautiful. I was going to tell two quick personal stories, but at this point, I think it's pretty redundant. I don't think you need to hear that my mom waited for months in an acute care bed for a spot in long-term care, not in Coastal Health. And that 4 months, we saw a lot of decay. She's just left in a bed. She was physically able to get and walk around if she had assistance, but of course, in the hospital, no one has time to assist her and no one has time to talk to her. And that was very hard, waiting for her to get placed. But the more relevant story really is a very dear friend here in West Vancouver, who is now suffering health issues and will require long-term care, subsidized long-term care, doesn't have the financial resources for anything else, has no young people in his life. And if he needs to leave the community, a community where he has lived for more than a quarter of a century, you have to leave this community to be placed in long-term care, essentially in isolation, away from the people who care about him, and will not necessarily be able to get to where he will be. This is not a community. I don't think that's who we are, or who we want to be. So I think we can aspire to more. But I just do those in very short form, because I think the most important thing I want to say is please, let's not let perfection be the enemy of the good. We have such profound good here in this opportunity, and it's inadequate, but it's in the right direction. And it's so, we say, oh, we weigh it, and I think on balance, I favor. Well, no, it's like there's just so strongly overwhelming reasons to support this project. And maybe it's not perfect, and maybe there are issues we need to be concerned about. And I admire and respect that you do your jobs, you digging in, thinking of all these issues in all directions and asking the questions, and that's what we need. But I'm just saying at the end of the day, please don't seek perfection. This is really, really good. Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. Thank you.
The next speaker, his last name Luarin Levine. The first name, I don't know if it's Eli or Ellie.
Mr. Levine. Is it Mr. Levine? There we are. Is it Warren Levine?
Luarin Levine.
Loire.
Luarin Levine.
Loire Levine. Thanks for
It's a
joining.
tough one, don't worry. Good evening, council. My name is Ellie Lauren Levine. As stated, I am the West Vancouver Liaison and Communications Assistant for the Office of Patrick Weiler, Member of Parliament for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. Unfortunately, Patrick is unable to attend this hearing due to parliamentary duties, and he sends his deepest regrets. However, I'm here today to present a short letter of support on behalf of MP Weiler regarding the redevelopment of the Inglewood Care Centre. The letter is as follows. Dear Mayor and Council, I'm writing to express my support for the proposed redevelopment of Inglewood Care Centre, an important project that will help address the growing needs of seniors and families in West Vancouver. Over the past several years, West Vancouver has experienced a significant reduction in long-term care capacity with a loss of 280 long-term care beds following the closures of West Vancouver Care Centre and Capello Care Centre. At the same time, our community is aging more rapidly than the rest of the region. In 2001, seniors made up about 1 in 5 residents, but this has increased to nearly 1 in 3 in 2021. This trend is expected to continue, creating an increasing need for a continuum of housing and support services that enable seniors to remain close to their families and social networks. Having access to care close to home is not simply a matter of convenience for North Shore families. It is essential to maintain family connections, support caregivers, and ensure seniors can remain part of the community that they helped build. I've heard far too many stories of seniors having to move far from loved ones when care needs increase, or untrained family members having to step in as caregivers because of a lack of capacity. Today, Inglewood Care Centre is the only publicly funded long-term care facility in West Vancouver. As the building approaches the end of its useful life, redevelopment presents an important opportunity to renew and strengthen local care infrastructure while helping meet the needs of current and future generations of seniors. Currently, the North Shore is 500 to 800 beds short of what's needed for long-term care, and median wait times for a bed have tripled in the last 10 years. The proposed redevelopment will replace an aging facility with a modern, purpose-built community designed to support contemporary models of care and improve the quality of life for seniors. Expanding access to long-term care and supportive housing will directly reduce the pressure on hospitals and other healthcare services by ensuring seniors receive care in the most appropriate setting. This benefits not only residents requiring care, but the broader healthcare system as well, and minimizes significant costs facing taxpayers in BC. In addition to renewing existing long-term care beds, the project will help restore care capacity lost in recent years by adding up to 725 beds of much-needed seniors housing. The development will also provide a range of housing and supportive living options that reflect the diverse needs of seniors living on the North Shore. This redevelopment builds on a site that has served seniors and families for generations in a convenient location well served by transportation routes. It represents an opportunity to modernize and expand an established community asset while respecting its long-standing role in supporting local residents. Ensuring that seniors have access to appropriate housing and care close to home is a critical component of building a healthy, resilient communities. As our population continues to age, investments in projects such as the Inglewood Care Centre will play an essential role in supporting seniors and strengthening the broader healthcare system. This proposal reflects the reality of West Vancouver's changing demographics and the growing need for a broader range of housing and care options for seniors. It is a forward-looking investment that will benefit current residents, future generations, and families across the North Shore. I encourage this council to support this important redevelopment proposal and to help ensure that West Vancouver remains a community where seniors can access the care, housing, and support they need. Sincerely, Patrick Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Levine, and please pass on our regards to our MP.
I will do. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
The next speaker on the list was Philip Gibbs, followed by Christine Banham.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs.
I'm not taking your spot.
Welcome. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Philip Gibbs, and I'm the Rabbi of Har El, the North Shore Center for Jewish Life. I currently reside in North Vancouver. Har El, as the next door neighbor to Inglewood, is going to be obviously deeply affected by this project. And so before I begin, on behalf on our board, I want to express our support for this project. And first, I would like to thank Mark Kinna and the staff of Baptist Housing for their constant transparency and communication. At no point have we felt in the dark about the path of this project. And so first, on a deeply selfish level, I do not look forward to living next to or working next to a construction site for 8 years, but I do look forward to the opportunities that this provides for our community. I think of one of my congregants, David, who is a longtime West Vancouver resident. He would walk to come to our classes and services, and as he aged, he then needed to enter into an independent living facility. In going near the West Van Senior Center, it meant that he was now too far to walk to the synagogue. If he was able to have an option like this, having this multiple levels of care next to the synagogue, he would have been able to remain connected to his many friends in the community, as opposed to really drifting out of the mind as it became harder to remember to go visit him, as well as, harder for me to see him on a regular basis. But even more than what it means for the handful of our community members who would be able to live in this facility, I think of what it means for the entire West Van community. That having visited many seniors in both Inglewood, in Capilano Care Center before it closed down, and other care homes, that when you have a facility that is in that old hospital style of building, it's not a place where people are able to thrive. And so more than anything else, we need to recognize that in redeveloping the center and providing new models of care, of being able to have that small scale flexibility of those pods and those individual floors, it means that the residents of the North Shore will be able to get better care, which will allow them to continue to thrive going forward. And so, as I said before, while I don't look forward to having to walk by a construction site for the next 8 years, I look forward to what it'll look like at the end of that, when we're able to have a new modern continuum of care that will be able to have the flexibility to meet changing needs, of being able to meet residents where they are, so that I am able to provide care to my community, and that all of West Vancouver will be able to then see our seniors thrive as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. And the next speaker, please.
Christine Banham.
Ms. Banham, thanks for joining us this evening.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Do you want to get that? So good evening. I live in West Vancouver. I, for a long time, lived at 950 Taylor Way, kind of kitty corner to Inglewood. So and this is deja vu all over again, because I think I came to many public hearings and supported the applications going back to 2017, maybe earlier. For me, I grew up here, and Inglewood has always been in this community. I can't remember when it wasn't. I wanted to touch on 5 points. The time of life of being a senior is really dynamic. And I mean that not that you're out doing exciting things that you can post on Instagram. It's dynamic in that things change really quickly when you don't want them to. When you have a fall and you break a hip and all of a sudden your spouse had a stroke and she can't come and live with you anymore because they won't let her go from Lionsgate Hospital unless there's an adequate level of care. So things happen quickly. The turnover in this time of life is really fast. A lot of us just think, oh, it's going to be go off into the sunset. But for a lot of people, it's really a dynamic time of life in a very distressing way. Why does this matter with this application? This application is for a campus of care. And this is something that a lot of people in the space that provide this would really, truly love to provide. Unfortunately, in West Vancouver, the land is really expensive to provide a true campus of care that provides for people at different needs, whether it be with subsidized housing, independent living, some kind of assistance when they are in independent living, or in long-term care. Luckily, it's already here. We already have a site in Inglewood. I recall many years ago, probably more than 10, talking to some of the providers of long-term care in West Vancouver who said they really wanted to build a campus of care. They couldn't afford to. The land was too expensive. At best, they could do this out in Langley. And so they do. So for people who live in West Vancouver and are nearing that dynamic time of life, you kind of want to have something here where you can go through all the different levels if you need to, where you can see the staff and you get to know them. And if all of a sudden you're the one who needs to have injections weekly or monthly to support your cancer care, you know that person. If you have to move into the long-term part of it, it's a lot easier when it's all in place. The third point I want to underline that other people have said more eloquently about the impact of having this kind of care in your hometown of West Vancouver is that relieves the stress systemically on our hospital systems of being able to place people more quickly. So that is a plus, not just for anybody who's approaching that dynamic era of life, but for all of us, anybody who's waited 8 hours in an ER or spent the evening in the ER only to be discharged to say, well, we don't know. Go on home. So there's that. I want to address too, there's a couple of red herrings in this, the issues that have been raised. One is the parking. My lived experience with seniors is that most of them hang up their keys. So there's unlikely to be the need for parking. Parking is very expensive to provide, by the way. This isn't just the line of the paint. I don't know what the current cost per stall is, but a few years ago, it was $80,000 per stall to put in parking. That's expensive. That eats into whatever else can be provided. So I do believe the parking issue is a bit of a red herring. Having had the lived experience of seeing the care workers who take the bus to and from work, I can kind of say, yeah, these aren't going to be, for the most part, people working there. The fifth thing is the bike lanes. Now, actually, my lived experience of looking out my own window from Taylor Way, a lot of people use the bike lanes for transit. This is not just a senior issue. This is even well before we had the prevalence of electrified bicycles. People were going by bike to and from, up and down Taylor Way, most days, not just on Grand Fondo days. So I can see a time when this is going to be needed. And if you think, you know, cut a corner, don't do it now, do it later when we think. No, this is probably a big need from a lot of different groups and will allow you to say yes to a project that checks more than one box.
That's your time, ma'am.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Sager. We're now on the second sheet of speakers, Marjorie Lang, followed by Peter Schofield.
Thank you. Ms. Lang. Ms. Lang, thanks for joining us this evening.
Oh, very welcome. So I'm Marjorie Lang. I live in West Vancouver. And I'm just going to address the importance of having this kind of a care home when it's an elderly person in your own family. My father-in-law lived in West Vancouver for over 40 years. He was a veteran. When he had a health emergency, he had to go into the hospital, and then he was shuffled next door to a room with 6 beds in it. He lost his human rights. They turned the lights out at 8 o'clock. And it was hard to visit there. And then we were told that was his permanent placement. And when he was on wait lists and when he finally got a space at Inglewood, it was the best Christmas any of us ever had. The last years of his life were wonderful because he was at Inglewood Care Home. And we could visit so easily. We could take him in and out. His granddaughters were able to visit independently. It made his life really worth living. And he ended up dying there. And they were wonderfully supportive. All of us were in the room with him, 17, 18 people sometimes playing his music. He died with dignity because he was there in the community where he had built his life. And I highly endorse this project that's been presented and hope it's what we need in West Vancouver. It's what we want in West Vancouver. Please support this very good project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lang. Thanks very much.
The next speaker is Peter Schofield, followed by Jatinder Sidhu.
Thank you, Mr. Schofield. Good to see you this evening.
Thank you, Mayor.
Been out on your bike?
Oh, as always,
Good.
always on my bike. Well, Peter Schofield, West Vancouver resident. Now that I'm into my 80s, I've had a chance to be around to see my relatives pass on in the various circumstances that they've found themselves in, some good, some bad. But now it's at the stage of my life where it's my friends. It's my friends that are having difficulty health-wise and facing the prospect of having to look for a facility such as being proposed here. And I'd just like to share with you a recent experience with a very good friend of mine from high school who lived on Bowen Island. And about 3 years ago, his dementia got so bad that he had to not himself seek care, but he unfortunately was in a situation without any family. His wife had died about 10 years earlier. His son had died just recently, and his only family member was a daughter who lived in Toronto, and it was really too far away to do too much, but she managed in this circumstance to get out on the West Coast and get him, she tried to get him into a long care home facility, but that was not possible because of the long waiting list. So she ended up having him put in the Lionsgate Care Acute facility, and he was there for 4 to 6 weeks until such time as they could find some decent care facility. And that did happen. But unfortunately, that was not on the North Shore. That was in the German-Canadian care facility over on the southeast side of Vancouver near Victoria Road and Southeast Marine Drive. So that was not a pleasant situation, not only for myself, but also for his daughter and a very good girlfriend of his who lives here in West Van. And we had to find ourselves commuting back and forth with about a 40 or 45-minute drive to visit our dear friend. So I'm hoping this new facility will give some relief to people that find themselves in that situation, and I fully support it. But I won't go away without saying something about bike lanes.
Good.
I know you're waiting for it.
This gentleman is going to be riding his bike when he's 100, I guarantee it.
But we in the Hub Cycling look upon these development opportunities, especially major ones with multifamily dwellings, as an opportunity to improve the cycling infrastructure. And we look upon this occasion of having the opportunity to install not just bike lanes as is being proposed, but separated bike lanes that are safe. They're separated from other pedestrians and also from automobiles. So we would very strongly support consideration be given to that, installing those kind of bike lanes around this facility. But we certainly support it, and I support it, and we hope everything goes forward as planned.
Thanks so much. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Sadhu, please. Jatinder, I think I saw him come in. There he is.
And then following Mr. Sadhu, we've got Elaine McHarg, Kirk Lapointe, and Lars Shearer. Those are all the names in gallery, and then we have some on Zoom.
Oh, sorry. How many do we have on Zoom?
5.
Okay. Good to see you, Mr. Sadhu. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and everybody gathered here. This is a really sort of positive moment, I think. I think a lot of us are hearing a wide array of stories of individual experiences, but also, hearing about the sort of policy context, the kind of dry stuff, the kind of factual basis for why this might be a good thing. As you know, Jatinder Sidhu, I live in West Van in Dunderave, lived here for 8 years. My boss is Jeremy Valeriot, MLA for West Vancouver Sea to Sky. He wrote a letter in support of the project, which I believe you all
received it. Yes, thank you.
Today. I am here in a personal capacity. I was a director with Positive Voices. Dana spoke a short time ago. I have since resigned from the board because I'm kind of busy with other stuff. In case you don't know, Positive Voices is a non-partisan group which was founded 5 years ago to build support for solutions to some of the challenges facing West Vancouver. And as part of our mission to inspire, inform, and engage, our very first public event was an online Q&A on the Inglewood Seniors Campus of Care proposal. So 4 years ago, just a bit over 4 years ago, I was able to put on my journalist's hat. So some of you know that I worked for BBC News in London and around the world for 21 years. And I asked the questions. About 40 people joined us, including a few current and former councillors. I think councillors Lambert and Thompson were present. Providing the answers was Baptist Housing's Chief Operating Officer, Terry Griffin. I'm not sure. Okay, thanks. Lovely to see you again. So I did what I was trained to do. I probed with curiosity, and I asked tough and direct questions. I knew that some local opponents were present, and I really hoped to get some answers for them. But I also did my research, and I presented some of the demographic facts, many of which we've heard tonight. I spent a long time in public service journalism, public interest journalism, and working for a big. It's not perhaps as doesn't necessarily have the same cachet as it used to have, but we felt a strong sense of the importance of the work of being impartial, being objective, and trying to tell it straight. So I think that was my effort, my interest in being involved in this community and trying to do something positive for this community, of which I was a relatively new member. I'm a great believer in dialogue, of having conversations in good faith in order to find a way forward, especially on difficult issues. I actually, relatively rare amongst journalists, I had a science degree. So I was always very interested in empirical evidence and that kind of thing. In these times, particularly these sort of divisive times, I think it's more and more vital for us to work towards finding common ground. And to ask, what is it that's getting in the way of us reaching agreement? Typically it's a reluctance to compromise. Maybe it's an ideological thing, the way you were brought up, the things you've always believed in. Unfortunately, it's getting worse, as we all know. The sense that people are increasingly living in echo chambers, social media. I'll just leave it at that. I think it would be astonishing and wonderful if this council, having heard such compelling arguments and testimonies from so many people, recognizing that this is a unique moment and opportunity, that this project, which took a long time to really, really think about what people had told it and redesigned it. And so it was redesigned, it was really rethought. It came back and presented a much more attractive and much better proposition. So I think it's a really, really, it would be an amazing thing if you could really, reach deep and think about representing the greater good and come back with a unanimous decision on
That's your time, sir.
supporting this project. Very, very briefly, finally, just my own little bit of anecdotal stuff. I'm married to a family doctor. She has many patients who've been shipped out essentially of West Van to Vancouver, to Richmond, even White Rock, because that's the only place that they could find long-term care beds. I tried to persuade her to come and speak. She's very shy, but I think we know what the right thing to do is here. So let's do it. Thank
Thanks
you.
so much, Mr. Sadoo. Sorry,
The next
good
speaker.
night, Ralph. Good to see you again. I think on this note, if I may, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want anyone to leave, but members of council, Ms. McCarty, if you don't mind, I think we're going to take a 5-minute recess just so everyone can stretch their legs a little bit. I'm always conscious of the fact members of council have been sitting for a long time. Yeah. Okay. Anybody seen Counselor Watt? Where did she go? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to reconvene the public hearing. And I trust Counselor Watt will be right back. Ms. McCard, thanks for your patience. And here we go. We're all back. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could reconvene, please, Ms. McCard, you're up.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me? Okay,
Yeah.
great, super. My name is Elaine McCarg and I'm a resident of West Vancouver. And I would just want to add my voice in support of this important project. When my husband and I moved to West Vancouver in our early 30s, we were struck by how many residents of our age had actually moved back after university. They had parents living in the community and were now raising their own children. West Vancouver was truly multi-generational with a strong sense of belonging and great values of family connections. Now, 30 years later, housing to meet the needs of the longest residents is a challenge and approaching a crisis. This community is not getting younger. You've heard all of the statistics, so I've scratched them out of my comments. But we had signs of this 5 years ago when the project first came forward. Baptist Housing undertook broad-based community consultation then and has had a continuous voice and lens on this. I could speak to the need for seniors housing and, more importantly, progressive health services, which we now refer to as a continuum of care. But you've heard stories that are much more compelling than what I could say. But one of the strengths of this initiative is the applicant themselves. Baptist Housing understands the needs of seniors. This is their core business. They've demonstrated their commitment to West Vancouver. They've taken the time to listen, to consider input, to make adjustments. And they also have spoken earlier about their commitment to their current residents that they have and their understanding of the fact that there will be disruptions. This shows care and kindness. And it also understands that they know what a modern aging in place model is going to look like and how it is going to need to evolve over the next 5 years during the building phase, but also during the next 20 years while they're operating. The values and characteristics of the development partner is a key consideration in finding solutions to major needs in the community. And in this case, Baptist Housing is already a part of the community. They come to the project with very good spirit and with integrity. The Inglewood Campus of Care is actually a community amenity into itself. We are fortunate to have this type of development proposal. In closing, I'd encourage you to focus on the opportunity this brings. The needs are not going away and they're not going to get any smaller. Let's be a community of kindness and move this forward. And thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Ms. McCard. Thanks very much. And the next speaker is.
Kirk Lapointe, followed by Lars Shearer.
Thank you, Mr. Lapointe. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kirk Lapointe. I'm a resident of West Vancouver. I'm here to lend my voice to the broad range of support tonight for this project. The presentation tonight was professional and reassuring. The stories tonight were beautiful and memorable. There might still be questions about this, but they're really small. And a larger question is how we can live with ourselves if we don't act, if we don't try to catch up to a moral challenge like this in our community. When we talk about seniors housing in West Vancouver, we are really talking about something much deeper than buildings, beds, or care facilities. We're talking about belonging, about people who spent decades building lives, raising families, volunteering, coaching, serving, and helping create the community we all cherish. These are our neighbors who planted the gardens, who built the businesses, who supported the schools and strengthened the civic life that defines West Vancouver, and who want to remain part of it. And one of the greatest measures of a community is not how it welcomes people when they arrive, but whether it allows them to remain as they grow older. West Vancouver has long been a place where people come to build a life. My wife and I certainly did. Our challenge now here is to ensure it remains a place where people can complete that journey with dignity, security, and connection. We've heard tonight, nearly 1/3 of our residents are over the age of 65, and that's not a statistic to fear, but a testament to a community people love so much, they never want to leave. Yet longevity brings responsibility on all of us. As needs change, homes may become harder to maintain, driving less feasible, and health challenges more common. The desire for independence often comes with a need for greater support, and we have to be there. The question before us is simple. Will we be ready? Not just with housing or care beds, but with a vision of a community where aging is not a problem to solve, not an inconvenience, but a strength and a stage of life to honor, where seniors have choices to downsize, access care, and stay close to the people and places that give meaning to their lives, where housing, healthcare, transportation, recreation, and social connection are integrated to support not just longer lives, but better ones. So this is one of the defining challenges of our generation. And tonight, you have some choices to ponder. Communities that flourish will not simply react to demographic change, they will anticipate it, recognizing that planning for seniors is actually planning for everyone. That's why the discussion around Inglewood matters. Regardless of views on the proposal, it has highlighted a broader question: how we care for an aging population and ensure residents can remain in the community throughout their lives. So Inglewood's not the beginning of that conversation, nor should it be the end. The larger question is whether we're prepared to build a comprehensive long-term strategy for seniors, one that integrates housing, healthcare, mobility, accessibility, and community connection, and gives families confidence that support will be available close to home. Because everyone ultimately hopes for the same thing: to remain connected to the people and places they love. I believe West Vancouver can become a model for an age-friendly community, not because we have all the answers today, but because we have the wisdom, compassion, and resources to ask the right questions and plan for the future. The mountains remind us that the best things are built over time. The forests remind us that strength comes from deep roots. And our seniors remind us that communities are measured, not by what they build, but how they care for one another. So our task is not simply to respond to this proposal, but also to create a future in which those who helped build West Vancouver can continue to call it a home, a future defined by security, connection, and belonging, the best place for seniors to live in all of Canada. And that's the opportunity before us and before you tonight. And it is imperative that you not be an impediment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lapointe. And the next speaker is
Lars Shearer.
Lars
Shearer.
Sure.
One who shears.
All right.
Thanks for joining us, sir.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm the POA for my mother, Lisa Shearer. I live at, or she lives at, or has owned the house at 737 Burley Drive for 62 years. It's, if you don't know where that is, it's actually on their drawings every time. It's actually the border of Baptist Housing's proposal. And obviously there's a lot of support for doing that. And we support what Baptist Housing is doing. So I'm not here to not want to support it, but they've put us in an awkward situation. And what I want to bring up to council is, if you give them the zoning, allow the 4 houses to be zoned commercial, you leave 737, 741, and the 3 houses on Burley Place kind of out on an island, not knowing what to do with them, and then living through 8 years of construction plus. And for us, it's a big problem. My mom's now in long-term care, and I have to come up with money, and we don't have the ability to do that, not knowing what's happening with the property. So what I would like council to consider, or Baptist Housing, is giving us some kind of reassurances that we have some future at that address, because it's going to be miserable for the next 8 years if this gets approved.
Thank you, sir. I would encourage you to give Mr. Bailey a call. and get together.
Okay. Thanks
I
for your
think
time.
I think it'd be time well spent.
Yeah.
Thank
Thanks
you,
for your time.
sir.
Oh, I did want to say that my brother and I watched the lodge and the manor get built, and we climbed all those I-beams long before they even were built. So we lived there a long time.
Got it. Nice to have a little historical context. Thank you, sir. And is that it for the in-person?
That is it for what was on the list as of a few minutes ago.
Okay, before we go to the Zoom,
And we have some people on Zoom now. The first name is Scott Jackson. I'll just look for him on
okay,
the list.
let's do that. Can we?
All right, the first name is Scott Jackson. I just tried to promote the person. Yes, Scott Jackson will join the webinar as a panelist. Mr. Jackson, you should be able to turn on your microphone now and your camera if you wish. You have 5 minutes to address council.
Hello, Mr. Jackson.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak this evening to you and for your dedicated service to your community. I'm not a resident of West Vancouver. I am the manager of advocacy at the Alzheimer's Society of BC and Yukon, which has service centers across the province, including one on the North Shore, about 10 minutes drive from the Inglewood site. Our society works alongside people affected by dementia to change the conversation, change the experience, and change the future of living with dementia. We support the proposed redevelopment and expansion of the Inglewood Care Centre because we believe it represents the kind of integrated, community-based care that British Columbians will increasingly need in the years ahead. West Vancouver has one of the oldest demographics in the province. Based on provincial health data, an estimated 1,500 people in West Vancouver are currently living with dementia, and that number will triple over the next 25 years. Dementia is one of the biggest drivers of demand for long-term care. Most people entering care are living with some form of cognitive impairment, yet today thousands of British Columbians are waiting for a long-term care space, often remaining in hospital beds because there's nowhere else for them to go. According to the Office of the Seniors Advocate, BC is already short approximately 2,000 long-term care spaces, and that gap is expected to grow to 16,000 over the next decade. For families, these pressures are deeply challenging and personal. We regularly hear from care partners who are struggling to support a spouse or parent at home while waiting for appropriate care. Families often face long periods of uncertainty, separation, and exhaustion. And when a space does become available, it may be far from the community where their loved one has lived and built relationships. People living with dementia benefit enormously from familiar surroundings and regular contact with family and friends. Supporting those connections matters. Projects like Inglewood are part of the solution. This redevelopment represents an opportunity for West Vancouver to plan ahead for the needs of its aging population and strengthen the continuum of care in the community. It will help ensure that more seniors remain close to the people and places that matter to them, while providing families with confidence that high-quality care and housing options will be available as needs change. On behalf of the Alzheimer's Society of BC and Yukon, I encourage Council to support this application. Investments like this are essential to ensuring that people living with dementia, their care partners, and all older adults can receive the right support at the right time in the right place. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, thanks so much for your comments, and also on behalf of all of us on Council, please accept our thanks for the work of yourself and your society. We're very grateful.
Thank you so much.
The next speaker, please.
The next speaker on our list is Brennan Day.
Brendan?
Brennan Day,
Brennan.
the MLA for Courtney Comox.
Ah.
Or at least that's what the person wrote on Zoom, so I
There we
trust that's the case.
Oh, we have the seniors critic from Courtney. Oh, lovely.
Hi there.
Hi, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Nice to have somebody from the island.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm Brendan Day. I'm the MLA for Courtney Comox and British Columbia's opposition critic for seniors' health. I'm speaking in support of the proposed Inglewood redevelopment because it must be considered within the broader challenge that we're facing here in the province of BC. British Columbia has a rapidly aging population, but seniors housing, assisted living, long-term care, and community supports have not kept pace. West Vancouver and the Comox Valley both have a proportion of residents over 65 that is well above the provincial average. That longevity is absolutely worth celebrating, but it also means communities like ours are experiencing the pressures of an aging population earlier and far more intensely than other areas. We are the proverbial canary in the coal mine. Today, 7,829 British Columbians are waiting on a wait list for long-term care, and more concerningly, represent an increase of approximately 11% over the same time last year. Many seniors are now waiting years for long-term care placements. Nearly 1,700 hospital patients are considered ALC, or alternative level of care, occupying acute care beds while waiting for long-term care, assisted living, home support, or other appropriate placement. As of April 2026, I determined after some teeth pulling with the Ministry of Health and Estimates that the median long-term wait for a long-term care bed in Vancouver Coastal Health was 315 days. More concerningly, however, the maximum wait time in your area was 2,825 days, or nearly 8 years. Obviously, that is not sustainable. When the seniors cannot access appropriate care, the pressure is felt throughout the system, in emergency departments, on hospital wards, by families and caregivers, and most importantly, by the seniors themselves. Delaying this project would affect not only seniors waiting in hospital, but patients waiting in the emergency room hallways for those beds to become available. British Columbia still lacks a comprehensive plan to meet the growing demand for seniors housing and care. Yet there in West Vancouver, an experienced nonprofit provider has proposed a project capable of making a real difference. The Inglewood redevelopment will create a modern campus of care that allows seniors to remain in their community as their needs change. It'll add 134 long-term care beds and increase the provincially funded capacity from 230 to 364 beds. This is more than just new construction. It's a continuum of housing and care from an independent living right through to long-term care, all within one community, which is extremely rare in the province of BC. That's going to give seniors greater stability, keep couples and families closer together, and reduce the likelihood that residents will be forced to leave West Vancouver as their care needs change. Government obviously cannot meet this challenge alone. The partnership you have with an experienced nonprofit partner can deliver housing and care efficiently, responsibly, and at a lower cost to taxpayers, while still maintaining the high standards that they are known for. Baptist Housing is a long-standing faith-based nonprofit organization with a very strong record. Projects of this scale require careful consideration of planning, transportation, neighborhood impacts, and community feedback. But those considerations must also be weighed against the consequences of failing to build enough seniors housing and care. As the previous speaker said, the demand by 2036 is going to be we will be short 16,000 long-term care beds in British Columbia. And in areas like mine here in the Comox Valley, and certainly yours in West Vancouver, we're going to see the brunt of those results, and that is going to have a dire impact on the ability of healthcare to service the rest of the population. Your community has a shovel-ready project, an experienced nonprofit provider, and provincial support. It offers more care beds, rental housing, below-market options, independent living, and a far stronger continuum of care than is presently available. Due diligence is essential, but it should allow good projects to move forward, not permit necessary projects to be delayed indefinitely. I respectfully encourage Council to support the Inglewood redevelopment and demonstrate what can be achieved when local government, nonprofit providers, and the province work together on these major projects. You have the opportunity to take meaningful, immediate action with an excellent nonprofit proponent to start fighting back against our NIMBYist tendencies and make a real difference in turning the corner on seniors care in BC and in West Vancouver. I would encourage Mayor and Council to take this opportunity to move with urgency to get this project going. We're going to need far more of these, not less. Thank you very much.
Mr. Day, thanks so much for joining us. Very good. Thank you. And the next speaker, please.
The next speaker on the list is Kevin Evans.
Kevin Evans.
Which is a great name. Mr. Evans, you should be able to turn your microphone on now. Oh, I don't know. Yes, he will join us in just a moment.
Mr. Evans, are you there? Wait, is he still there? Oh.
Just try one more time. Mr. Evans, you should be able to, if you accept the promotion to a panelist, there we go. You should be able to turn on your microphone now.
Mr. Evans, are you with us?
There we go. Sorry
There
about
we
that.
go.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Mr. Evans. Thanks for joining us.
So thank you very much for having me. Really appreciate the opportunity to be heard and how fascinating it has been to sit through this public hearing tonight. Very, very rich content. My name is Kevin Evans. I'm a resident of North Vancouver, but I'm also vice chair of the board of the Hollyburn Society, which for about 22 years now has been providing a range of community services throughout the North Shore, including West Vancouver. In fact, Hollyburn is deeply grateful for having recently received a Community Commitment Award from the district. But I'm speaking this evening on behalf of the North Shore Community Action Committee, or CHAC, as it's known, of which Hollyburn is a member. CHAC's perspective on this matter is perhaps noteworthy because of what it is. It's a cross-sector table convened by North Shore Community Resources, and our membership includes nonprofits like Hollyburn, local governments like the District of West Vancouver, health organizations, and housing partners. Together, we focus on practical solutions to the North Shore's housing challenges, including for seniors, very much so. So that's why we have a strong interest in Baptist Housing's application for the Inglewood Renewal Project. Now, out of respect for the hour, I'll refrain from repeating many of the points that have already been so capably expressed. But I will say this, from CHAC's perspective, this is not just another development file. It is one of the most important seniors housing and care decisions West Vancouver will make for the next generation. You already know the demographic context well. You've heard a lot about that tonight. Bottom line is the number of seniors who will need support is rising fast, while the number of places that can actually care for them is not close to keeping pace. And the Inglewood proposal, in CHAC's view, is a practical, concrete, and meaningful response to that gap. As we've heard tonight already, it means more local residents can age in place safely. Think about that. With dignity and with the respect that they have earned. It means families can stay connected in their own community, and it means some of the pressure on already severely stretched home care and hospital services in our community can be reduced. But I would like to speak specifically to concerns that have been raised about provincial fiscal uncertainty and how that might affect the future of this project. From CHAC's review of the material, that should not distract from the merits of this proposal. First, this is a multi-partner funding model. Baptist Housing itself, as we've heard tonight, has significant equity in this project, and there is funding support from Vancouver Coastal Health, BC Housing, and anticipated federal housing programs. Second, what council controls is a land use decision. Without rezoning, none of those funding arrangements can move forward. With rezoning, you keep this opportunity alive and give those partners something real to invest in. From a housing and community planning perspective, CHAC sees this as an opportunity, not a risk. Let's think about what you have in front of you. A nonprofit operator with a long history in seniors care, a project that directly addresses a documented gap in local capacity, and an application that has been refined over years in response to council and community feedback. Approving this rezoning is a tangible step council can take to respond to an urgent and growing need with a solutions-oriented project. So in conclusion, for all of these reasons, CHAC respectfully urges you to approve this renewal project and help secure the seniors housing and care capacity that West Vancouver already needs and will need even more in the years ahead. So thanks for your time, your consideration, and above all, for your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Evans, for your thoughtful comments, and also congratulations again on the much deserved recognition for the Hollyburn Society. Thank you. We'll go to the next speaker. And how many more do we have online?
I've got two names on this list.
Okay.
The first is Erica Sagert or Sagert. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'll promote her right now. And the next name after that is Zhang Kang.
Thank you. Ms. Sagert? Boy, that's close. Hello, thanks for joining us.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Fantastic. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Erica Sagert, and I'm not a resident of West Vancouver, but I am here in my capacity as the Policy and Sector Advancement Director at the BC Nonprofit Housing Association. We advocate on behalf of nearly 800 nonprofit housing providers across BC, including Baptist Housing. I'm here this evening to express our strong support for the proposed redevelopment of the Inglewood campus, an important nonprofit-led project that will expand seniors' housing and care options in West Vancouver. As many folks before me, I have scratched out the statistics that have been mentioned by people already, so as to not waste any time on that front, but I will make a few additional points this evening. Across BC, seniors housing is one of the most pressing challenges that we face, and really it's about ensuring that seniors can remain in the communities they call home. The district's housing need report identifies seniors housing as a major and growing concern. In fact, seniors are the single largest group represented on West Vancouver's social housing waitlist, accounting for nearly half of all households waiting for housing. The report also notes a growing mismatch between what many seniors can afford and what is available in the community today. As a result, too many older adults are being forced to leave their neighborhoods, their support networks, and sometimes even their families when they can no longer find suitable housing or care nearby. At its heart, this project is about preserving choice and dignity. It's about ensuring that residents who have spent decades contributing to this community have an opportunity to age in place. What makes this proposal particularly valuable is it's being led by Baptist Housing, as many have mentioned before me, a trusted, mission-driven nonprofit provider with a long history of delivering quality housing and care services. From our vantage point, projects that bring together experienced nonprofit leadership, care services, public investment, and long-term viability are becoming increasingly uncommon. When opportunities like this emerge, they deserve serious consideration. The redevelopment will not only modernize an aging site, it will also significantly expand the range of housing and care options available to local seniors. And as was outlined by staff, this project also aligns closely with the goals and priorities that Council has identified for West Vancouver. These opportunities are not easy to create, and in today's funding environment, they are likely to be increasingly rare. I recognize that redevelopment proposals can raise questions and concerns, particularly in established neighborhoods. However, from our perspective, this is exactly the type of thoughtful, well-planned project that demonstrates how growth can occur responsibly. The phased approach allows the site to evolve over time while continuing to serve residents and meet community needs. And importantly, the alternative to change is not maintaining the status quo. Instead, it's allowing the gap between need and available housing to continue to grow. No single project will solve the seniors' housing challenges in West Vancouver, but meaningful progress happens one project at a time. And this redevelopment represents an opportunity to expand housing, increase care capacity, and help more residents remain in the community they know and love. These opportunities are rare. They require land, funding, experienced operators, and a vision that balances community needs today with the needs of future generations. This redevelopment brings all of these elements together. On behalf of the BC Nonprofit Housing Association, I encourage Council to support this redevelopment. It's a practical and community-serving investment. Thank you so much for your time and consideration this evening.
Thanks very much for joining us. Thank you. And the next speaker, please.
Next speaker on the list is Zhang Kang.
Zhang Kang, are you there, sir?
Yes, we'll be joining. You can turn on your microphone at this point and your camera if you wish. You've got 5 minutes to address council.
Can you hear me? Yes, I'm here.
Ms. Kang, thank you for joining us. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, dear Mayor and members of council. My name is Zhang Kang. I live in, at Birdie Drive, directly across from the project. This is my home. I'm here tonight to, not against this senior center, but oppose this process. And what this drawing shows Even I'm a senior soon, I would like a senior center, but not this density. We have heard many voices of today support tonight, but not that, does anyone supporting this project actually live on our street? Can any of them feel what we feel? Look out our window at 8 stories of construction for the next 8 years. I tell you what I'm feeling. I feel like a heart attack. Why? Because our local voice not being heard. I have 3 questions. 1, is there a reason to approve this before the Taylor Way local area plan is done? A few years ago, council said no to 52 townhomes on this same street because the Taylor Way local area plan was not finished. It's still not finished. Tonight, project is 14 times bigger. Same street, same boundary, same rule must apply. There is no emergency legal requirements to approve this tonight. No deadline. Finish the LAP plan first. Approve the project then. Please accelerate the plan, the local plan. The care beds are needed, but we need the fairness process. 2, what do we actually know about this impact on our homes? In 2021, Baptist Housing promised to lower the building facing our street. This promise was made to community. Tonight, those buildings are 8 stories tall. The established floor area ratio of this program appears to exceed 4. This is not a neighborhood. As shown in the drawing, there is tower block, granite onto a small site. And think about who will live there. Seniors, people will need fresh air, quiet, a garden to sit in, room to breathe. This density does not serve them. It does not serve us. High buildings on a small site leave no room for the enough green space and the calm the elder residents truly need. Can staff come the actually floor area ratio on this record? And other 3 questions on this record. Is there an independent shadow study for this home, for our homes? Is there an independent traffic study for this intersection at fully capacity? Is there a writing noisy plan for this for years of construction? 8 years. Yes, yes, make them public. 3, we support senior care, but the other 200 units are private independent living unit suite, up to 8,000 a month. Those are not emergency housing. Those are not for people on wait list. Those are luxury suite for people who can afford to pay. Nobody asks us how we feel about 8 floor stories outside our window. Nobody asks what it means to live across about a construction site for the next 8 years. We came to every meeting. We asked for lower buildings. Nothing changed. Hope mayor and members on this council actually care about the people who live on Burley and Inglewood. We are people who live directly outside this project. This is our daily life. Could you take 1 moment to imagine what it feels like to be us? 4 homes facing this directly, 6 more alongside. This is not planning on paper. This is our lives. One last thing, we are not trying to stop this. We want to be part of it. We have written to council asking to be included in this Taylor Way local area plan. We want our street planted fairly, together with Inglewood, not forgotten after it. We live here. This is our neighborhood. We deserve a seat on the table. There is no rush. Finish the Taylor Way local area plan first, then prove this truly fits. We're not against the good project. We're asking to be treated fairly. Thank you, Mayor and the council members.
Thank you, Ms. Kang. Thank you. And we invite you to participate in the the Taylor Way local area plan as that will come forward in the near future. Are there any other speakers?
Not on the list.
Thank you. I'd now like to ask anyone who's here this evening or anyone listening online if they would like to address council at this public hearing. And I'll ask a second time, does anyone wish to address council? And a third and final time, and a hearing none, Councillor Gambioli.
I just have another question from, given a couple of the comments. Actually, I guess they're questions for our staff. I think maybe more than the proponents. So yeah, we did receive quite a few letters of the same nature as the caller who was the last caller here, who are residents on Burleigh and really close by in the neighborhood. So I just wonder, you know, for their sake, well, first of all, there were a number of people who asked us to defer this whole thing until we get the Taylor Way LAP done. So could you just give us a, you know, ballpark figure on what we would be talking about if that were the case?
Through the mayor to Councillor Gambioli, I mean, Ms. McGuire addressed this earlier in her presentation, and I want to be clear that this site is not in that plan area anymore. And that was, you know, that was part of the discussion and part of the decision as council as we went forward and worked through the provincial legislation. So that's point one. Point two is council very clearly and consciously said to proceed with this project in advance of that work, sort of noting the trade-offs that are inherent in the decision. If we were to, you know, have this proceed in accordance with, or to have this project not proceed until the Taylor Way LAP is finished, we are working right now under the directives of the provincial government. We're working collaboratively with them, but it is a long time off. I mean, we are intending on doing progress reporting, but you know, the end date is not until at least the end of 2028. That's a significant gap. In my estimation, it could even be longer given the amount of issues that we're going to be dealing with in that area. So it's certainly not a short-term prospect to just sort of turn around and provide a Taylor Way LAP. There's going to be a long conversation that involves transit, transportation, servicing, and a significant amount of density that's been, you know, put upon us by the provincial directive.
Okay. And then along the same lines, my second question is just related to more specifically the homeowners on Burleigh, that whole area. What are they, you know, the concern, of course, is that it's suddenly an 8-story building across from their single family homes. What kind of buffering sort of situation and thoughtfulness has been put into that? And I realize that during construction, that's a whole other story. And even, you know, landscaping takes a bit of, well, a number of years to grow in ideally, but you know, what kind of buffering have we got? What kind of thought has gone into that part of the development?
So through the mayor, I mean, there is significant buffering. There's, I mean, if you can imagine the the building face of the project that's before us tonight, then there's a landscaping strip that's immediately adjacent to Burleigh Drive. There's the road itself. The building is actually sited below the grade, so it sort of slants down, so you're not necessarily looking, the folks on Burleigh are looking at a building that's going to be built into that slope. There's the building, there are trees and landscaping, there's Burleigh Drive itself. There are then trees and landscaping on the upside portion of Burleigh Drive adjacent to the properties, and then there's the houses themselves, the folks that I think Ms. Kang is one of the people that live in there. The distance is fairly significant. We estimate it's about 115 to 120 feet from the house to the project. So that's a fairly significant buffer across the street with at least two levels of vegetation and slope working in the favor to create that the softening of that adjacency.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I would encourage the people on Burleigh, though, to be invited to participate in the Taylor Way local area plan. I'm going to ask for a final time. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council on this matter? Ms. Slater.
Okay, well, a number of things, but I'll start with, I guess, one of my questions that got lost in space, or maybe is sitting on your desk, was how do we know the full project is going to be completed? Is there any actual assurance that phase 2 is going to get built? Do we know that, down the road, perhaps the proponent goes, well, construction's crazy, I've run out of money, I can't afford to do it. I'm either not doing it or I want a lot more density. Are there any assurances in place? Anything?
Right. If you ask the questions, then I'm going to call on the applicant who can have a final response. That's the proper format.
Okay, well, maybe before I finish that, then I would include a question about for you, Mayor Sager. I understand that you had said that you didn't think phase 2 would ever get built. That they wouldn't be able to afford it and it would never get built.
No, I don't think I said that. I said phase 2, there may be concerns over financing in the future. That's up to the applicant.
So you say you did not say that?
That it would never get built?
Yeah.
No, I never said that.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah. And that's because and what's important, of course, about that, a number of things, but I gather that phase 2 includes some important components such as the dementia garden and parking. So the fact that if it might not get built or it may be delayed could be a problem. But I'll just finish off, I guess, by saying that I spent a lot of time. I spent a lot of time reviewing this and talking with other people about their concerns, reading through a 200-page report, coming up with an extensive list of questions, and mainly just to try and make sure that we're getting the best thing that we can be getting here. We do know that this proponent had come forward once before with a proposal that was pulled, and what's come back is significantly different. And we're told it's superior. Well, how do we know that? And we know that by asking the hard questions and actually getting the answers. So I can't tell you how disappointing doesn't begin to cover it, to hear that all that work I went to ask these questions. I was assured May 27th that I would be getting answers before the public hearing, and that's not going to happen. I think that's just, it's not good enough, in my opinion. I'd be curious to know what each and every one of you think of that, if you think that that's acceptable or not. I think it's a complete failure, a failure process. So thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Slater. Just out of courtesy, I'm just going to grab something. You got it? Oh, Ms. Slater, you've got the 7 pages of responses to the questions. The questions were sent to members of council. It's up to members of council to listen to the questions, get the answers, and then make a decision. And you've sent it. So just so you know, the applicant took your questions seriously and answered every one of them.
Not all my questions were for the applicant. Some of them were for mayor and council. Some of them were for staff. Yeah. You can't just defer that kind of thing all to the applicant. And even the ones that may be more suitable to the applicant. I mean, you say, well, mayor and council heard back. Well, that's great. But as a member of the public, do we not deserve to get answers as well? It shouldn't just sit with mayor and council. But there were questions out there for all of you, for staff. And I sent more than one email to each and every one of you. I mean, Councillor Thompson, you said you were going to follow up and get back to me. Councillor Snyder, we had a conversation, and right after that, I made it very clear to you that no, the concerns were not resolved. In fact, I had more concerns. You had all that and just nothing. So
thank you, Ms. Slater. Mr. Kenna, would you like to have any final words before I'm going to call a motion to close the public hearing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank every speaker who took the time to contribute questions and comments about the proposal. We have, since we first acquired Inglewood Care Center in 2020, been listening to the voice of community. The proposal is different than it was when we first proposed it because of the voice of the community. It is remarkably better because we listened and applied the voice of the community to the project in all the ways that I shared earlier. And I wanted to speak to the issue of, well, before I get to the issue of confidence in completion, I just want to also note that in addition to the public information meeting that we had in 2025, we also have and continue to have renewinginglewood.ca, which is a public website for people to engage with us on the project. As you heard from several speakers, we have been engaging directly with members of the public and encouraging them to speak to us. We have done that with many people who've approached us directly. We've met with anyone who has asked us to meet with them to answer their questions and talk about the project. I was not asked to meet with Ms. Slater. And if she had asked, I would have, just like I did with every other person who asked us to meet. In terms of our ability to complete the project, we have a 62-year track record of delivering and operating senior living communities in British Columbia. We've never failed to complete a development project. Our mission, our partnerships with government, our financing arrangements are all aligned with long-term care ownership and operation. That's what we do. We don't leave, we stay, we complete what we say we're going to complete. In addition, I would say that the phase development agreement proposed with the district, proposed by the district and on the table tonight, also establishes expectation around the building form, what is to come, and when it will be delivered. We also have accountabilities to the province in terms of our timeline of delivery, both in terms of the long-term care and what's required by Vancouver Coastal Health. You heard about the bed capacity issues in the district already. There's a great demand. They are eager. The number one question that Vancouver Coastal Health has asked me in the last 2 years is what's going on with the project and when will it move forward? They're eager to have this project move forward. They're chomping at the bit to do this. BC Housing has specific timelines about us coming back to meet the requirements of the BC Build program so that we can get access to that funding and deliver the rental housing. If we don't get that finalized within 18 months of our shovel being in the ground, and that also has to happen before the end of 2028, that program won't be able to serve this project. Time is of the essence, and we will see that through. I want to just comment on the parking that was mentioned as not coming until phase 2. The long-term care capacity that will be built in the original phase has all of its parking developed underneath that building except for 16 stalls. The phase 2 completes the full complement of long-term care parking, but it is 16 stalls that come in phase 2. So there's substantial parking that is coming in phase 1. Apart from that, I think I've covered everything that I needed to share. Thank you very much.
Yes, you did very well. And my question at the very beginning was about phase 2. And my interest was what if the demand is even greater for long-term care beds, whether you could amend the future phases to provide that. But you've said, really, we better keep looking for other sites. So I'll keep up my lobbying efforts for the reopening of the Capilano Care Home. Our friends at Vancouver Coastal Health are probably getting tired of seeing me push for that facility. It's clear we need beds. Thank you, sir. Okay, that's the end. Is any member of council willing to make a motion to close the public hearing?
Yes, I am. So I will happily recommend that we close the public hearing as written.
I think we should actually read it out, if you don't mind. I'll read out the motion. It's in.
Okay.
Sorry.
You
That
want
all written and oral submissions regarding the proposed official community plan bylaw 4985 2018 amendment bylaw 5460 2026 proposed zoning bylaw 4662-2010 Amendment Bylaw 5461-2026 Proposed Phase Development Agreement Authorization Bylaw 5462-2026 and Proposed Development Permit 21-051 for 725 Inglewood Avenue, 721, 725, 733, and 735 Burley Drive up to and including June 23rd. This public hearing be received and the public hearing be closed. That's the motion. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Oh, sorry, you moved the motion. I need a second. We have a seconder. I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary carried. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had 26 individuals come tonight and express their opinions. We are grateful to each and every one of you for taking the time, for your input. Because I feel this is an incredibly important issue and time is important, I've called a special council meeting for next Monday night, and this item will be the first on the agenda. So thank you and have a good evening. See you next week. Okay.